Now, have you paused the recording?
Look, yeah. What? It's 8 in the morning, bro. What?
One. Can everyone hear me pretty good? Awesome sauce. All right, good morning, everyone. For those of you who are here this morning and have not received your credentials, this will count for you. You just have to make sure you are on camera. If I don't send them to you, make sure you shoot me an email because we all know Nikia's memory is horrible. This morning, we will be getting our classes from Gary Arnett. He actually did our original classes for everyone. I hope you guys get a lot out of this, and I'm going to turn it on over to Gary.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? If you can, a thumbs up for me, please. All right, excellent. It's good to see your faces.
Normally when I'm doing webinars, I'm sitting in my basement staring at the wall and I don't get to hear people's faces. I am
Mute. There we go. So as I'm usually in my basement staring at the wall and I don't get to see people's faces. Today I get people here in the training room, plus I get to see some of you due to the Zoom participant window pane there. So my name is Gary Arnett. I'm a Paragon trainer, and I've been with Paragon since 2004. I joined as a trainer, and after
Gary, you've got an echo. You've got an echo. Everybody needs to mute themselves.
Thank you. So if everyone will take a moment to mute your microphone. How are we doing? We still have an echo. It may be me.
How is that? Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, that was me. I don't normally do Zoom like this. I'm usually using GoToWebinar, so it's just a different tool. We figured it out, and it was pretty distracting here. I was trying to figure out how do I talk without hearing myself coming back as an echo. Anyways, let me begin again. My name is Gary Arnett. I'm a Paragon trainer. I've been a trainer since 2004, but during that time period there, after about working with Paragon for about, I don't know, 14, 15 months, I became a project manager, which helped me transition people from one version of Paragon to a new version of Paragon. And then they pulled me back to training because there was a big need, and I guess they said they needed to have me there. Well, some years later, they took me over to the product team, and I worked with optimizing Paragon systems and also did a little bit of training. And then they said, no, Gary, we need you as a trainer. So I've been training basically since my joining of Paragon back in 2004, except for about maybe 2 years, 2.5 years, whatever. I love what I do. I love being able to share functionality for Paragon. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here today, is helping you to learn more about Paragon. When we did our transition training, there was a lot of push, got to get things done. With this set of training today, tomorrow, and on Thursday, we've got time. We can step back, take a breath, and go at it at a better pace. I do encourage questions. And so if you're with me via Zoom, the best way to do questions is to use the chat. Nikia will see those questions and she'll share those with me. But let me begin my PowerPoint. And let's start. There we go. On the screen, you can see two different ways of contacting Paragon's customer care team. The way that most people contact them is by calling them using the phone number 877-MLS-HELP. The numbered version, 877-657-4357. Using the table below, note I've highlighted Central Time Zone, and you can see there our hours of operation for our customer care team are Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And on Sunday, it's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. We're trying to be available during your prime business hours. Now, if you want to, you can also send them an email using the email address paragonsupport@bkfs.com. And when you send them an email, they'll get back to you the next business day. And for emails, our business days are Monday through Friday. In the upper right-hand corner of all Paragon pages, there's a help button. When you click on that help button, a new tab in your browser will open up and you'll see this content on the page. The tiles along the first row and the first two tiles on the second row, when selected, will display a list of quick start guides. And that list of quick start guides is based on the tile topic that you click on. When you open up a quick start guide, you're going to find step-by-step instructions with screenshots showing you how to use that part of Paragon. Now, if you're like me, I like demonstrations. I use Google, I use YouTube to show me how to do different things. This is kind of along that order. So if you want to have a demonstration in using Paragon, click on the training videos button there on the toolbar. And when you do that, the page will change. Those tile topics I highlighted before for you are now over here on the left-hand side. As you select a particular tile topic, on the right-hand side, based underneath that tile topic, you're going to see a collection of short videos, 5 to 10 minutes in length, related to the tile topic that you clicked on. Now, if you want a more complete demonstration, I recommend you click on Current Recorded Webinars found on the left-hand side. As you do that, the page will refresh, and note that we have 3 different tabs out here. Those tabs represent different types of webinars that have been previously recorded using our general database rather than your specific, and it gives you different types of webinars. The landing page current webinars were designed to be 1 hour in length and cover an entire module. The mini webinars tab will show you webinars that were designed to be 30 to 45 minutes in length and a little more focused. Now, the one that I'm really proud of is the shorts. When you click on shorts, you're going to see 59 different recorded webinars that are 20 minutes or less in design, and they're very, very focused on the content they cover or functionality they cover within a particular module. Now, when you're viewing any Paragon video or YouTube, like me fixing my car or whatever, we recommend you use play, pause, and practice to view the video. So when you click on play, you can play the video to a logical point and then you can pause it. With it paused, we invite you to practice what's been demonstrated, back us up as you need, and when you're ready, play on. Play, pause, and practice will give you self-paced training. And I highly recommend you use the help site, because there's a lot of times you need something, you just need it quick, and maybe it's after hours, whatever. And by going to the videos especially, you can get demonstrations. Now, when it comes to questions, for those of you that are here, as I mentioned, and also for you that are using Zoom, I want you to ask your questions. So when you ask a question, I'm going to give you one of 3 answers. And whether you're typing the question in the chat that Nakia will then let me know about, or you're here, I want you to, when you ask a question, and if it's something that we're talking about right then, I'm going to say, great question, let's talk about it now. I may also say, great question, if you give me a second, we're going to get there. And I like those questions because it shows that you're getting it and you're thinking the next step on. You may ask a question and it's really not pertinent to what we're talking about right now. So during the break, I will answer your questions for you. So I want you to ask questions because I want you to leave our training for this class and throughout the day with less questions. And if during the training something piques your question or idea, whatever, please go ahead and answer it. That's why I'm here, because it gives us a more interactive when it comes to asking and answering questions. Now, we're talking about the contact module. And so with the contact module, because you can get to everything that you'd be doing for a buyer or a seller, I'm just going to tell you up front, we're not going to talk about setting up automatic email notifications like for Collaboration Center, and we're not going to talk about creating a CMA. We have other classes and other recordings that cover that information. So what we're going to be looking at is how to import and export your contacts out of Paragon or into Paragon. That way you can have the same set of contacts in all of the different programs you're using, and by importing and exporting, you can have that same list of contacts everywhere you go. And with that, we're going to be looking at different ways of importing the contacts. we've got Outlook, we've got Gmail, and we've got Yahoo when it comes to different importing tools that we have. I'll actually demonstrate how to use CSV, which is Outlook, but how you can take any contact list from any database and bring it into Paragon. But when we get out there to do import and export, you're going to see how you've got the three options: Outlook, which is CSV, Gmail, and you also have Yahoo, which would be like AT&T. It's a single source for all of your contact information. And with each contact record, you can have up to 4 phone numbers, 4 email addresses, and 4 street addresses. And I'll demonstrate that as we're working with contacts. You can also have client-specific saved searches. So as you're working along and you're associating a search with a contact, so you can set up Collaboration Center as your automatic email notification, that search is actually tied into the contact record. So as we work through the contact record, as you're moving down that left-hand side, you can see where it says buyer information. And when you expand it, you can see all of the saved searches that are there. And those are saved searches not only that you create for your buyer, but also when your clients are out inside Collaboration Center, it's the saved searches that they create for themselves. That way you as the buyer agent are totally involved in understanding what's going on with your client and all the different searches associated with them and what they're looking for. For the email notifications, if it's automatically generated, we'll retain that link for 60 days. If you manually send it, we're going to retain it for 90 days. That's with visibility inside Paragon. Now, if you're doing a manual one-off email, the link is good for 90 days. Whether you see it for 90 days or not, the link is always good for 90 days. When it comes to Collaboration Center, the link you send to your client with every email is always the same link. It takes them to the login screen where they have hopefully their browser remember their username and password. That way, when they click on the link to go see what's going on, their credentials will be displayed there on the page, and they can then just click on enter and get into Collaboration Center. So that's a really nice way of working with that. There's a listing card. The listing card goes through several different name variations. So let me give you those names. As you're working with results, and you move over to the save button, I think it's like the 3rd button or 4th button from the left. As you click on that, a window drops down, and at the very bottom it says listing card. And that's where you save listings to. Inside your contacts record, it's called Agent Recommended. When you activate Agent Recommended, the listing card for Collaboration Center, it shows up in Collaboration Center on the far right-hand side of the screen, and it's called Agent Picks. It's all the same location that you've saved information, listings for your client, just that it goes through several different name variations. So listing card, Agent Recommended, and Agent Picks are all the same holder or folder for listings that you set up and save for your client. Comparative Market Analyses, or CMA. You can create your CMA just by walking through your Contact Manager client module window, whatever. I'll get it right. That's a big, long way to say it. Inside the Contact Manager, when you get down to CMA, you can create a CMA. Again, we're not going to be covering that. We have other classes to work with that. And then inside the contact record for each of your contacts, you have what's called more information. When you expand it, you're going to find that there's an area that's called notes. That's a journal for you inside Paragon, or if you would, in the cloud. Because Paragon is an online system. If you add notes to about your client interactions and all, it'll show up on every device you use to log into Paragon. So whether you're using Paragon Connect, whether you're using a PC, a Mac, the home computer, the office computer, a client's computer, whatever, you'll see it. The same with tasks. You can set up tasks like you're going to do a showing, or you're going for a listing appointment, or you're going to do this or do that, whatever. That will show up. Now, those 2 items, notes and tasks, will show up inside Paragon Connect. Documents and financials, although you can put in documents and financials about your client, maybe it is understanding what is their income and what is their capacity to buy a certain level or value of a home, those do not show up in Paragon Connect. Because it is a mobile tool, Paragon Connect, you can't display everything, but we provide the key information like notes and tasks. So what would you put in the documents? If it's a seller, when you create a Paragon CMA, you could save it as a PDF and upload it into Paragon underneath documents. You call it CMA. That way you always have, no matter where you're at, no matter what time it is, how many months after your CMA presentation, you can always look back and see what were the details, what brought us to this listing price. If you just save the CMA, you go to regenerate it time and time again, months down the road, it's going to change. New listings have come in, old listings have gone out, or more importantly, the ones you've used for your comps, they've changed in their status, and they've changed in your price. So this is a good way to have what were the details when you created a CMA that we can always see it. Now, when it comes to buyers, every time you go out on a property visit, whether you print something out for your client or not, I would hope, at least if it's my wife and I'd hope you'd print something out for us. That way we've got something tangible in our hands. We can make notes on it and take it home with us. Well, as you're getting ready to print those properties we're going to go out and visit, I recommend that you also save it as a PDF to your computer and upload it into the docs area inside more information. That way you can always go out and look and see what were the details of the properties when we first saw it. Because you may see something on day one of visits, and 3 weeks later, when you go back out to see that same property or it comes up again, it may be totally different because it could have a significant price reduction. So you can say, well, yeah, we've seen that. But when you look back, you can see, oh, yeah, it was more than they wanted to pay. This is more reasonable. So again, you've got all kinds of ways of documenting what you're sharing with your clients if you want inside Paragon. And then on the financials, that's where you can put in information about income, cash on hand, and different obligations. Message history. The message history is a rolling 60 or 90-day history that we have there. Again, if it's automatically generated and sent out to your client, we retain it inside Paragon for 60 days. That's that rolling 60 days. If you manually send it out, be it a text message about listings going out, or it's an email going out, because it's manually sent, we'll retain it for 90 days. Now, on all of those, your client can still access that link after 60 days if it was automatically generated, because the links are good for up to 90 days. Contact activity and contact summary. One is at the top, one is at the bottom. They display different information, but it lets you know what's going on with your client. At the top, it's going to show you the different saved searches they've got, whether they've got CMAs and other things. We're down at the bottom, it's more contact information. It also gives information about safe searches and things of that nature. But it gives you a summary of what's going on with your client, both at the top and the bottom of that contact list. And you can have the same, or the contacts in Paragon Connect are the same as you have inside Paragon. And what we're going to be working in this morning is called Paragon Professional. Why they changed the name, whatever, I don't know. Just know that if we're talking about what's online, we're going to be working with this morning, Paragon calls that Paragon Professional. When you're using your smartphone and you go to what's called Paragon Connect, they simply call that Paragon Connect also. But because it's saved in the same database, as soon as you save something on either Paragon Connect or Paragon Professional, it's immediately available in the other user interface. All right. Let's talk about reverse prospecting, because that's one of the things that's inside the contact button. So let me change pace here for just a minute. Let me change the screens I'm working with. Let me come back over to Paragon or Paragon Professional. So you should all see a winter wonderland. Thank goodness that's not what you have here in Florence. You don't have feet of snow and stuff like that. But anyways, as you come up to the contacts button and you move down, you have add a contact, view and manage your contacts. That's the customer spreadsheet. You also have manage groups. So we're going to talk about these before we do reverse prospecting. Over here on the side, we have reverse prospecting and sent messages. Now, let's look at this one first, sent messages. This is going to show you every message you sent out of Paragon, both Paragon Connect and Paragon Professional, with the most recent at the top, oldest at the bottom, and it's going to show that for the 60 or 90 days that you've got available to you. But it's all going to have everything interlaced together. It's not going to say, here's Gary's here's George, and here's Sam, and here's Sally, and here's George, or whatever. They're all going to be interlaced together. And that's what you get when you come over to contacts and click on sent messages. So let me just go ahead and do that. So here's a list of messages that I've sent out. Notice these say auto email. That means Paragon will retain them for 60 days. Where it says auto email, or if it says SMS, that's text messaging, Paragon will retain those for 90 days. Let me take this first one here. I'm going to just click on activity notification. If you click on the email address, up comes your email template to send an email out. And I don't think that's what you're looking for. So click anywhere but on the email address. And when you do that and scroll down, There's the message. When you get into the message box, know you've got a scroll bar over here on the side. You can come down and see that entire message. Now, whatever that message is, if your client says, you know what, I've lost that, can you forward that to me? Well, with it selected here at the top in that grid, that list of different items, if you click on forward, you can then have your email come up, type in your client's email address, and then you click on send. So if they've lost something, especially if it's a text message or manual email, you can always forward it to them by coming over to the sent messages. So that's what we have there with that sent messages. I'm going to come back over to contacts, and let's come over to manage groups. You may look at this and say, why would I want to manage groups? Well, manage groups gives you the ability to mass email out to your clients. So I'm going to click on manage groups, and then once we get into the contact record, I'm going to show you where it shows up at. Now, as you look at this, I've got buyer, buyer and seller, family, friend, realtor, seller, and vendor. Those are probably a lot of the major categories you have as you're organizing your contacts into different groupings. Well, I'm a guy that likes buffets. If you're here, you can see that I like buffets. So let me go ahead and add a group. I'm going to click on add new. And notice it's very simple. You give it a name and you give it a description. I usually give the name, I make the name and description exactly the same. So I'm going to do this. I'm looking for everyone that are steak lovers. There we go. I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to paste it down below and I click on save. As I do that, notice how steak lovers has been added to my list. And so I could put in steak lovers and barbecue lovers. I could put in ice cream and pie and cake, whatever it is you want to organize by. You can just put in anything random you want, and that's how you organize and create a group. Well, let me show you how you can take advantage of this. I'm going to come up to email, and this is inside Paragon because Paragon has its own email service for you. I'm going to click on compose email. So there's my signature that I've got going on. I need to update that. I'm not in Coleman anymore. I'm going to come up to address book. And notice right here it says groups and it says all. So if I wanted to, I could click on all. And if I had anyone, although I've just added it, there's nobody there, I could select everyone that's a steak lover or just a buyer, buyer and seller, seller, family, friend, realtor, vendor. And for these groupings here, we organize those and display them in the order that they were added. So let me go over to just my buyers. I'm going to select my buyers. Let me try somebody else. I thought I had some people selected here. All right. So let's do the as if principle. Let's assume I've got a list of people sitting here on the screen. And maybe it's 5 or 20 or 100, whatever it happens to be. See the checkbox here in the upper left-hand corner? You would click on it. And by doing that, that's like being on a spreadsheet or anything like that. When you check the box in the upper left-hand corner, you select everything. So we'd have everyone selected. And now I would come down to where it says blind copy. By clicking on it, we've now added that 10 or 15 or 100 people there, and they're all blind copy. And I like doing that because I don't want to expose my clients' email addresses to random people that they don't know. I don't want to share personal private information that's not generally known to the public and do it in a mass email going out. So I put everyone into the blind copy area. I come back up to the 2. I type in my email address. And with that part of the header in, because that's on your email template, you got a 2, a copy, and a blind copy set up there. You then give it a subject line. Okay, so let me just go ahead and say, okay, I've got those all selected. And now we're back out here to our template. We can see everyone that's in the blind copy area. We then give it a subject line. Maybe I want to introduce Collaboration Center to all of my buyers. So I type that in. I'm going to say Collaboration Center, buyer side. Let me come over here. There we go. I've got it. There is also a Collaboration Center, seller side. So I would send something out to just my buyer saying, these are some of the things you can do inside Collaboration Center. And once that's done, I do it to my sellers. And by blind copying them, I can send them all exactly the same message. And it's good. It's ready to go. So I come on down And I can then right above my picture, because that's my signature, I can put in dear buyers. I can now compose my message. I'm just going to come over. I'm going to just grab something here random. So there's my information there. Let me just come up a little bit. So with my message in, having selected all of my clients, be it the buyers, the sellers, the steak lovers, whoever, I can then click on send and off it goes. I've now emailed all of my buyers the same information. And now once I've taken care of who's already inside Paragon using Collaboration Center, as I now add individual buyers, I can give them that message one-off. That way they're all up to date. I know what starting point they're working at, and I can then help them move forward. And that's how I could then use the groups to send mass emails out without displaying or exposing the email addresses of my clients to other clients. Let me go ahead and close that down. So I come back over to contacts, sent messages. There it is right there. Okay, it hasn't made it here yet, but that's where I'd have that going on. It was showing up right here. Let me just close out of those two items. Let's come up to contacts and let's do some reverse prospecting. Reverse prospecting is a great option. So let me just click on it. And this will display for you all of your subject properties from a CMA and all of your listings. And from there, you could go ahead and then do reverse prospecting. Let me move back over to my PowerPoint so I can demonstrate how that's going to work. So let me change what I'm sharing here. Let me try that again. Here we go. Okay, is everyone seeing where it says definitions for prospecting that are out there in Zoom land? If you do, go ahead and do a thumbs up for me. Okay, excellent. What I want to do is I want to talk about what is prospecting and what is reverse prospecting. Because as I've been presenting this topic over the years, there's a lot of folks that know what prospecting is, but this idea of reverse prospecting is new to them. So first, let's talk about prospecting. Prospecting is when a buyer's agent using Paragon puts in their client's criteria and comes back with results. So here's kind of a graphic. There's the buyer. They talk with you. You put the information into the Paragon professional database, and out comes property. That's prospecting. That's why we call our buyers prospects sometime. Well, let's look at reverse prospecting. Reverse prospecting is we start on the other end. We start as a listing agent. We choose a particular property. We then look into the Paragon database and say, who are the agents that have opted their prospect in for reverse prospecting that has a saved search, that has an active email notification? And when you run that saved search, this home is a match. So here we go. We start with the home, go into the Paragon professional or Paragon database, and out comes matches. These are the buyers. Does that make sense for reverse prospecting? Okay. And so you as a buyer's agent must opt your prospect in for reverse prospecting. I'll show you how to do that here when we get into actual Paragon and do that. And then as you opt them in, it's only 2 additional things that you need to do to set them up for reverse prospecting. We are creating a brand new contact for automatic email notifications based on a saved search. What are the 2 additional things? In the contact record, down about where it has the addresses, on the right-hand side, it has a checkbox, and it says when you check the box, you then opt your prospect in for reverse prospecting. So that's step 1. And part of that step 1 is you give them an alias, a nickname. If you said Gary Arnett of Overland Park, Kansas, you gave away the farm because someone could go out and find me. But if you just said, maybe it's the initials, GGA, maybe it's Big Red Van. Back in the day, we had all 9 of our kids at home at the same time. And so with them, we had a 12-passenger van. So when Grandma and Grandpa came into town, we could take our family and then either Grandma or Grandpa, but not both. And so you might want to call us Big Red Van. It's descriptive to you because you've seen us pull up in front with our Big Red Van, okay? Or maybe you just say 9 kids, whatever it happens to be. And by the way, they're all coming home for Christmas this year into our home. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so the question here, let me restate it, is that we have a lady here in the classroom. She says, I've been using reverse prospecting, but I give everyone the same name. And she hasn't been very successful inside Paragon with it as she was with Navica. Well, what you need to do is you need to give each client a unique alias. Because in the email that a listing agent can send to you, the buyer's agent, it will say, I have a good match for a client with the alias of, and that's where you put in the identifier. Now, if you're not sure what that identifier means, you can search for a client by first name, last name, alias, and email address. So you can quickly find what's going on. Years ago, as I was presenting this, there was a lady that says, I'm afraid of what listing agents would see. So I'm going to create a spreadsheet. And I'm going to say, okay, here's Gary, and his code name is X1427. That way, there's no way anyone could figure out what's going on. She encrypted what's going on there. You don't have to be that cryptic. You could just say like GGA or SMT or whatever, their initials or something unique about them. Let me show you what that's going to look like in just a minute. And thank you for your question. All righty. So there's the two sides of it. Prospecting on the left in the bottom left-hand corner and reverse prospecting on the right of that bottom left-hand corner. Any questions about prospecting and reverse prospecting? If you have a question, especially those in Zoom land, go ahead and type in the chat and the key will see that and she'll have me or she'll read that question to me. All righty. I think reverse prospecting is really underutilized. Buyer's agents don't know about it. Buyer's agents are afraid of what a listing agent might see. Buyer's agents are afraid of being cut out of the commission loop. Because if you as a buyer agent think it's going to say, Gary Arnett, here's Gary's actual real email address, and here's his phone number, it'd be very easy for the listing agent to go around the buyer's agent and go directly to me. We're not going to do that. And buyer's agents don't understand the power of reverse prospecting. Paragon tenaciously protects the relationship between you and your buyer. So as long as you don't say Gary Arnett of Overland Park, Kansas, you use initials or big red van, whatever it is, it's only known to you who they are. Yes. Okay. Oh, you can do whatever you want. You don't even have to do 1, 2, 3. Let me show you what it's going to look like. So she asked, I just changed one of my clients' alias and I put Leo 1, 2, 3. She's saying, can I do that for all of my clients, like Leo 1, 2, 3, Judy 1, 2, 3, Gary 1, 2, 3, whatever. Let me show you what it's going to look like and how it shows up and how you as a buyer's agent can find your client, okay? All righty. Now, for setting up your prospect for reverse prospecting, here's the steps. You take your client, whether they're already an existing contact or a brand new contact you're adding to Paragon, down about the address level, move to the right-hand side, check the box, and to the right of it, it's going to say opt in for reverse prospecting. Once you do that, the field next to that is now going to become editable, and that's where you put in the name like Leo 1, 2, 3. You then create a saved search, and you activate the saved search for Collaboration Center for automatic email notification. So as you can see, as you're setting up a brand new contact, let's say for email notifications, the only two things you had to do different is check a box and type in an alias. All righty. How do we get to reverse prospecting? Well, on your toolbar, you're going to see an item that says contact. Click on the button. And there you have the drop-down menu. And over here on the right-hand side, it says reverse prospecting. Yes, we have a question. No. So the whole idea is that a listing agent can only communicate with you, the buyer's agent. It's not something that the listing agent initiates that you and your buyer gets. That's not how it's going. The listing agent talks to the buyer's agent. If the buyer's agent likes it, they then communicate off to their buyer. Here's a property you might want to consider. Okay, because it keeps that relationship intact. Just as it would be inappropriate for the buyer's agent to talk to the seller directly, you always go through the agent tunnel to connect with what's going on, to share to the other side. Was there any follow-up question there, Nakia? Okay. All right. So when you click on reverse prospecting here, you then get a list of your properties. Notice I've got subject properties here. You can do this with subject properties. You can do this with partially saved. You can also do it with actually published listings. And I encourage you to do that. We'll talk about more of that in just a minute. So as you look at this, okay, you want to select a property and you want to click anywhere but on the ID number. If you click on the ID number, you're then going to bring up a property report that you said, I want every time I click on an MLS number, this is the property report I want to see. I like to click on price. That's a safe place to click. And when you click on price, you then come over and you click on the count button. When you click on the count button, Paragon will immediately show you a count 16 of the number of matches. And this is the number of buyers whose agent has opted them in for reverse prospecting. So if you've got 5 or 6 clients that you've opted in for reverse prospecting, and they all happen to be a match for a particular client, a property that the listing agent is wanting to reverse prospect on, you as a listing agent would want to individually reverse prospect to each one of those buyer contact combinations. You don't want to select all of them, because if you do, who that alias is drops out. So by doing it on a buyer agent connection there, or correlation there, you have for each email that goes out identification who that buyer is. So let's go ahead and click on search. As you click on search, you then get what I call the buyer match report. As you look at this, we have a match date. The match date I'm going to call the pivot point, because things to the left and things to the right are unique groupings of information. So on the left, this is the buyer agent information. On the right-hand side, that is the buyer information. Now, because my name is Arnett, my information is going to show at the top. It's alphabetical here. So if your name is Smith, you're going to have to look down the list to get to where yours is at. But because my name is Arnett with an A, it's at the top of the list. And so with that, notice it gives my client's actual name, their actual email address, and their actual phone number. Now down below, that's other agents and their buyers. And notice there's no buyer contact information. In fact, it just gives the alias that you put in, like Leo123, Janet123. But here you got like O'Hara, Clark, Grandmama, M. John, whatever you want. When it comes to the email address, what does it say? It says contact the agent. When it comes over to the phone number, what does it say? It says contact agent. So we're forcing listing agents to always work with you, the buyer's agent, when it comes to communicating about their property that they think is a good match for you. Now, let's go ahead and select a particular client. With this here, we're going to come over and we're going to work with Carolyn Jones. There's the email address associated with it. So as you get ready to do the reverse prospecting, you click on the email address. As you click on the email address, hopefully you see a table like this that will then show you what property reports you want to send out. If you get this table showing you the different property reports, you could, if you want, send out maybe one agent-facing report, maybe a couple buyer-facing reports. That way, when you send it to the agent, they can look at it from both an agent and buyer perspective to see if it's a good match for their client. So what you would do if you get this table, you would select whatever reports you want here on the left. I guess that's actually in the center. Click on add, and it gets added over here to the right-hand side. With that done, you click on email here at the top. As you do that, you then come over to the email template. Now, if you don't see this, then what you want to do when it comes to the search, and I'll show you how to do this, you go out to searches, move down into the center, and you then choose inventory. Inventory means those are your listings. And select a particular listing that you're actually reverse prospecting on. This has to be actual listings to do this. But as you do that, select that listing and it's now displayed. You can then, over the share button, you can choose collab share link. I know that's a lot of things to be talking about. I'll show it to you here in just a minute. But by taking that collab share link, you can paste it into the body of the email. And although they're all buyer-facing reports, it then again gives that listing of that buyer's agent an idea of how that property is a good match for their buyer. And so with that in place, when you click on email, you then come over to the email template. So notice up here, that is Carolyn Jones's email address. I've got myself blind copied like I've asked to be done on all emails I send out at Paragon. See where it says save search listing match? I would probably change that. I'd probably give them something more elegant, a match for your buyer with the alias of whatever. But notice down at the bottom, we have this canned email for you. And there it is coming out. Let me expand that a little bit because it might be a little hard to see. It says, I have a listing that closely matches the criteria for your client with the alias of Grandmama. That's why you don't want to use the same name for everyone, because we can identify who that matches. So if you've got 7 emails that came in and says they're all for Leo 1, 2, 3, you're saying, which one? So by giving something, again, it doesn't have to be very long. Most of my aliases are 3 characters. It's the first initial of the 2 buyers plus their last name. I'm assuming it's a husband and wife type setup. So with that in place, now you can, if you want, you can add other content here. So if you wanted to, you could paste in that collab share link right here, and then you click on send. And when you click on send, off goes the email. That's how reverse prospecting works. Let's continue. Reverse prospecting commissions. The MLS system is a cooperative system. Listing agents supply the property. Buyer's agents supply the prospects. As agents, our goal is to identify the match between buyers and sellers as quickly as possible. So the commission dollars are exactly the same no matter who finds the match, because each side of the deal, the listing side and selling, buying side, both brought their part of the deal to the table. All right, when to run it? When you go out on your listing appointment, because you can do this with a subject property, go out on your listing appointment, and as you're there presenting your CMA, you could also say, and right now, based on where I've got your home priced at, they have 5 people, 25 people, whatever that number is, just waiting for your home to come onto the market. And why is that so? Well, when you run that buyer save search, your property is a match. Okay. Then once you get the listing, immediately run reverse prospecting, but this time send the email. When you're going out on the listing appointment, you don't even have the listing. You can't market it, okay? But once you get the listing, it's inside Paragon, then go do reverse prospecting and email everybody. I would then select a day each week to run reverse prospecting, because there's always new buyers coming into the market, and buyers save searches change. And that way you can take advantage of all these changes and do it maybe on a weekly basis. Maybe it's the morning of your office meeting. Come in a little early, run your reverse prospecting, and off you go. Then whenever you have a price change, run reverse prospecting and reverse prospect to everybody. And tell them we've had a $10,000 price decrease and it now has a price of $245,000. So tell them what's going on. You give them an incentive to think about their client because of the alias and let them know what that price is. When your property comes back on the market, so you had a certain person make an offer, the seller accepted it, but due to whatever, it's now come back onto the market. As you do reverse prospecting, again, you email to everybody and say, hey, we're back on the market, and there's this new listing price, which was a reduction of whatever. That way you can let them know what's going on. And then when you send these emails, I would include the current price and the price change amount. That way people can see, because if they just see a price, a home, but they don't know it's at a 5,000. I've seen some price changes that are $100. That's not a significant change, but if it's at a $10,000, or if you're out in Maui, $500,000 change, those become significant things going on there. So that way you can help the buyer's agent know why this is a good deal for their buyer. All righty. You're going to ask me, Gary, when we did our initial training, you said I should blind copy myself on all emails I send out at Paragon. So why should I do reverse prospecting? I already have a copy of that email about that property out there, so why should I do reverse prospecting? Well, most agents intend to read their blind copied emails. However, agents get busy and they don't get around to reading the email. This is to ensure that buyer's agents with buyers interested in the property see the property. Remember, the match is based on the saved search of your buyer. Reverse prospecting. Show it to all agents. Reverse prospecting. It's a win-win for everyone. If you're showing other agents, both listing, other listing agents saying, hey, and buyer's agents, hey, do reverse prospecting, opt your buyers in, and note that you're not going to give away the farm. You're not going to disclose their actual name, contact information. It'll benefit every agent, every seller, every buyer. Agents, you have both sides of the deal looking for that perfect match. Sellers, they find the perfect buyer quicker. Buyers, they find the perfect property quicker. The more the agents opt in for reverse prospecting, the more reliable the reverse prospecting results will be. Try it, you'll like it. And if you don't, you can always opt back out of it. So that is how reverse prospecting works. Let me come back over into your Paragon system. I got to change what I'm sharing here, so give me a moment. Okay, so we're out here in the share. So again, to do the reverse prospecting, you click on contacts, move down and to the right, and you click on reverse prospecting. And this will then show you all of your properties, be they subject properties or your listings and all. And you can then select the property, do the count, and then if you want to see what's going on, click on search, and you can now start reverse prospecting emails going out to all the buyers agents who have buyers. When you run their saved search, this property is a match. Any questions on reverse prospecting? Does it make sense? I've tried to slow it down, talk it through, that way hopefully it's a little more understandable for you. I think you're going to find this a great tool. So think about your CMA. As you're working with your CMA inside Paragons at where it says final comments, one of the bullet points you could put in there is, I will proactively market your property to buyers agents that have buyers that are interested in your property. That's what you say. That's another bullet point you can put out there saying, I'm not just going to list your property and go off somewhere else. I'm going to be actively thinking and working about your property. Okay. That becomes a nice, maybe differentiating quality between you and others that are competing for that same job. All righty. So that's how the reverse prospecting works. Let me come up. I'm just going to click on view and manage contacts. Because from here, I can do everything else I need to do, like adding a contact. So as I click on view and manage contacts, notice I have here several of my contacts. They have this green dot with the white arrow. That means they're using Collaboration Center, and that green dot with the white arrow is there because I have yet to click on the plus sign, expand, and see what's happened out here. Once I do that, notice that that green dot is gone. So out here. So with this, I now have what is the names of the searches. This one might be mine. This one, excuse me, Rhonda Allen might be mine. And this might be Rhonda's search where she just calls it my Florence search. With that, we can see how many total matches she has. How many of them are new? Are there any changes? Changes refer to price change and status change. As you're looking at them as far as classifying them as favorite, possible, and reject, none of them are undecided. They've all been reviewed. We've got one or two, depending upon what row you're on. They've been classified as a favorite. See the little thought bubble? So if you read the Sunday comics or whatever, that thought bubble means there's been a comment made, at least one, that you've yet to read. I'm going to click on it. As I do that, here I have that particular search. And again, here's my favorites and all. So as I click on a thought bubble, it's supposed to display for me that comment there. Let me come back over here. Just going to close out our Rhonda there for just a moment. We'll see that here in just a second. It's supposed to show us what that thought bubble is. Let me move this over. Okay. All right, I'll show you what those thoughts are, comments are looking like here in a minute. As we're working with this, we can also see how many are possible, how many are rejected. Now, rejected doesn't mean it's a horrible property. It may be a fantastic property, but the person's wanting a ranch with a level entry from the garage to the from the driveway to the garage, and this is a 2-story home and it doesn't fit. So it could be a perfect, great, wonderful property for other people, but for this client, it doesn't match. We can see what was the date of the last notification, and we can also see the end date of that search. Yes. Uh-huh. Yes. It's the same thing there too. That's right. So let me repeat the question. It's an excellent question. I was trying to show you the comments that are there. And the lady here said, you know, out on Paragon's homepage, there's an item here in the contact activity widget that says comments. She says, is there any way that I can be notified of when comments come? And the answer is yes. When you run the Collaboration Center preference wizard, that is one of the things underneath the notifications window that you can say, I want to be notified when comments have been added. And down below that, when it comes to the contact notification triggers, there's also one that says notify your clients when you add a comment to their or add a comment to one of the properties they're looking at. Okay, as we do Collaboration Center, let me take a look and see what that's going to be. We're going to be doing that, I believe. No, let me see. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we're going to do the Paragon overview. We'll be looking at Collaboration Center there. So as you're out here on the contact activity widget, notice it says comments. When you click on it, there's Rhonda Allen. If you click on the MLS number, you get to go see that property inside a Paragon property report. And then here's the address of it, and there's the comment. Love the front porch. Love the front porch. It's not a comment where you need to answer unless you want to say, and we've got lots more like that. But it's one just as an FYI. As you're moving on down, it says, tell us about the HOA and CCRs. That's where you can click on the MLS number, do research on it, and come back and find, is there an HOA? If so, which one is it? What are the details there? And right from here, you can reply to it. So I'm going to say HOA. I'm just going to say no, just for brevity. I click on comment, and now it's been added. And what we have here is like a text thread with the most recent at the comment at the top and all the previous ones down below in reverse chronological order. And they're all organized according to individual properties inside Collaboration Center. So when your client's out in Collaboration Center and they look at a particular property, they want to see all the comments there, they're going to see all of them for their property right together. They're not going to have to fish through and filter through to find it. It's all tied together to the same property. All right. So that's what we have there when it comes to adding those comments. Let me come back in here. I'm going to close this up. That way we're just looking at this window. As we move on across, notice it's going to tell me, here we go, the date of the last notification. What was the date and time that they last got into Collaboration Center? So this is kind of like your read receipt. I sent an email out. Did they go look at it? And looking at it, it's going to say, in my thinking, did they actually go out and look at the properties? Because it just says, hey, you've got 5 notices. That doesn't tell you a whole bunch. But this, or doesn't tell them a whole bunch. This tells them or tells you the date and time they went out and saw. When did you add them to the system? And over here on the side, there's the aliases. So by doing JJA or BBA, whatever, you can go over and see who that alias is. Now notice here in the upper left-hand corner, it says fine. I'm going to put in BBA. And notice how it found immediately for me my client's name. So again, I can search by first name, last name, email address, or the alias that I'm using for my client. If you happen to duplicate the BBAs or whatever, you got several with the same initial, you could then look back and say, okay, let me look at their real name and what's going on and see, is that a current client or is that a previous client? Okay. All right. Okay, so there we have it. So let me come back over the bottom here. And notice I got these green dots. As I move on down, here's all of my other clients. So here I have, down below, I've got, what was that, Samantha and Sam. And see the view button here? By clicking on, I get to go out to their Collaboration Center site. So I can go see that. So again, I can see all these different details. When it comes to activity, and this goes back to kind of your question about, can I be notified about it? Once you're inside Paragon, you can come over to new activity. Now I can see all of my clients that have that green dot with the white arrow in it over on the left-hand side. I brought them all together and I can see them and see what's going on and where I need to be picking up and working. Along with that, I can see any new matches. I can see the properties that have had changes. I can also see needs approval. Needs approval is one of the functionalities inside Paragon where you can choose agent preview. Agent preview allows you to see the matches first before you forward them on to your client. So maybe your client has all the criteria they're looking for, the bedrooms, the bathrooms, the location, they've got the price range, everything is there. All the features have been searched for, but they have a desire to not have a yellow house. So they say, hey, Gary, I want you to look for properties, and as long as it's not a yellow house that matches my search criteria, go ahead and approve it, send it to Collaboration Center. That way I now have that to look at inside Collaboration Center, so I can classify it as a favorite possible reject, create comments, create custom folders that I can organize my properties in. Now, if it's a yellow house, I disapprove it because they don't want yellow. Now, if they realize that here in Florence, 95% of the homes are yellow, okay, and I'm not approving anything, they may come back and say, okay, well, I'm really concerned about mustard yellow. So as long as it's not mustard yellow, go ahead and send them to me. So you click on the disapprove column, all those properties, and as you're looking at that picture, as long as it's not mustard yellow, check the box and click on approve. That way you can filter one extra level to provide giving your clients exactly what they're looking for, not so many that they're going to get frustrated. So that's what the needs approval is talking about there. Let me come back up to contacts, view and manage contacts. And again, as I'm looking at the activity, that's what the needs approval looks like. Alrighty, as we continue on down, we just have all my contacts here. We can see all their details. See the brown envelope? That means their email address at this point is okay. Coming back up top, you're going to see I've got a lot of envelopes where the envelope is white and there's a red exclamation mark. That's because all of my contacts are bogus. All of their email addresses are make-up, fictitious email addresses. So as soon as I send it out, it bounces. This is an indication that there's a bounced email. If you see that next to your client, that means you should double check and make sure, did you put in a .net and it should have been a .com? Or did you transpose some letters, whatever, in the email address? But that would give you an indication to go back out, reach out to your client and say, hey, I see this. Did you really opt out, or do I have the wrong email address for you? All right. As we're looking at things, notice it says add new. Let's go ahead and click on add new. As I click on add new, notice there's a first name and a last name. So as I'm looking at the first name and last name, okay, I would put in somebody's first name. So if I was going to do this, I might put in Gary Arnett, and let's assume my wife's name is Georgia. I'm going to come down here. Georgia. If I put in her email address and check the box, I'm going to have her included on all automatic email notifications I send out. The problem with this is, when it comes to CMAs, we take whatever's in the first name field and the last name field, bring them together, and that's who gets credit for being the seller. When it comes to comments out in collaboration centers are adding comments, we take what's in the first name field and the last name field, put them together, and that's who gets credit for the comment. Now, in my family, it's probably going to be more my wife than me making comments. And she doesn't want to be cut out as not being a homeowner. So this is what I'd recommend you do. Put in Gary and Georgia. That way I give both of them credit for being homeowners. I give them both the credit for making the comment, all right? Now, what if they have two different last names? Here's what I would do. I put one person's full name in the first name field. I put the second person's full name in the last name field. That way, when we take what's in the first name field and last name field and put them together, they both get credit for being the owners and having made comments. Now, if you've got three owners, I guess you put the first name of the first full name of one person, the first name of the second person. Then in the next field, you put in the last name of the second person, the full. It's getting to be complicated there. But anyways, there's options to work along. That way, everybody has that ability to get credit for what's going on, and you're recognizing their participation. Over here with phone numbers, let me tell you a secret. Paragon, by using these labels, does not identify whether it's an actual cell phone number or not. So if you were to fill in each one of these labels right here with a phone number here, all four of them could be different cell phone numbers. And yes, you got all kinds of different options there for labels you'd have for it, but you can put in 4 different phone numbers for this client. And you could then, when you go to text message out, you could then, by typing in their name, when you go to text message, you can see all 4 phone numbers, select the ones you want. You could text message out to up to 4 phone numbers per contact when you're text messaging out listings for them. Just know that these are labels, and you can move these around however you want. But you can only have one personal cell phone number and one work cell phone number as far as labels. But you can use the fax machine home, fax machine work, other personal page or work page or home. You can use those as it comes to what label you give to it. Over here on the side is you're adding an email address. Gary add. My wife says I talk too loud. So she's upstairs, maybe up, the second level, whatever, and she can still hear me talking during my webinar. So if that's my email address there, notice the green check mark here. That means you have the proper format. Doesn't mean it's a good, valid email, just but you have the proper format. Something at something dot whatever. And whatever phone number is going to be the primary, make that the primary there. That way out on the customer spreadsheet, back here, that's the phone number that displays here in that list. All right, let's come back over to add new. As you move on down over here on the side, notice that we have 4 labels here. These are 4 separate address fields for you. So let me do this. I'm going to call this one 1. Use the drop down. I'm going to call this one 2. Use the drop down. Call that one 3. Call that one 4. I was almost going to choose a different number just to be obstinate, whatever, but let's just do it this way. Now, as I come on back, notice I have each unique address there waiting for me. That's how you can come in and put up the 4 different phone numbers and addresses, and whatever is the primary address, check the box. Let me move back up to email addresses for a moment. Whatever email address is marked as primary here in the contact record, that becomes the username for your client to log into Collaboration Center. Yeah, you got to log into Collaboration Center. We're required both legally and contractually to have everyone that accesses a Black Knight server. And Paragon is a subdivision of Black Knight. And we also have lots of title companies, and we do mortgage processing and all, which we have to have that requirement. So whatever email address you mark as primary, that becomes their username. When it comes to a password, it can be just a single character in your configuration here. Let me move on down. Notice where it says HomeBot here. If any of you are interested, and I'm not here on a sales pitch, whatever, you can get a 30-day free trial of how to use HomeBot. HomeBot allows you to send out up to 500 emails about people's homes value. Okay, it becomes a reoccurring monthly type of a thing that can go out, and for 500, it's $25. For $10 more, you can do up to 1,000. You can then just add whatever contacts you want to that and put in their address and all. And HomeBot will then send them a home wealth report that talks about the value of the home, interest rates and things of that nature, how they can use that equity to help build their business or their real estate empire. All right, moving down here below, notice it says contact type. These are there by default. I didn't do anything with it. See where it says group? This is where you go through on a buyer or contact by contact basis and identify, are they a buyer and a seller? Are they a seller? Are they family? And are they steak lovers, whatever? So again, this is how you go in and establish who's going to be in each of those different groups when you go to send that mass email out to everybody. Now, right underneath where it says groups and just to the left of address, right here, it says use reverse prospecting. So as I choose that, I'm going to come over. This is going to be what? GGA. I think I had that for this group. So there I have GGA. So there's my alias for it. And then down below, source of where the lead came from. You can do that, but I don't know of any report that will tabulate that up and show you how your marketing dollars are coming through using this. Over on the, still underneath that, you can then add any kind of a source comment you want. On the left-hand side, you have web address and instant messaging address. So those are the basic things you have when it comes to putting in a contact record. Yes, I have a question here. Are you talking about types or groups? Yes. For them to get the mass email, you have to do it specifically in group. Type is a way of filtering. Let's come back over to contacts here. Notice over here we have types, and this is one way to filter. You also can filter by groups. So my recommendation is if you got to choose one or the other, choose groups, because one, you can filter for it, and two, you can use groups to mass email and blind copy all the recipients. Okay. That's over here under types. Let me come back. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. Okay, let me show you, let me restate the question. The lady that's asking the question out here is use types for managing her information because we don't have anything in groups when you come through and it's just not obvious to go up to groups and add things so it shows up. So she's wondering if I check in types, do I still have to check something in groups in order for the mass email to go out where I can blind copy them? And I've said yes. So let's come up and click on compose. As I look at it, as I click on address, the only thing I have here is groups. So the only way to filter for just buyers is through the group. And she's got a disappointed look on her face right now because she's got all these buyers. She's got to go back in and hand work with each one of those. I understand that disappointment. But as you look here where you can then send people to either to copy or blind copy, if you're going to be mass emailing, I highly recommend you use the blind copy. You've got to use groups to get it there because there's no other way to organize according to type. So if you're looking at, and let me just get out of this, cancel that. So if you're out here, you've got the buyer under types selected, and you want to now check the one for buyer in group, you okay. Uh-huh. Okay, so if, okay, it was what she's saying in her question, as she redefines it here. She says that up here, I'm seeing all of my contacts. This is the not filtered by groups. If I select here in the upper left-hand corner and come down and click, I can then add them all down here. Yes, you can do that. But if you want to be sending to specific, let me just cancel that out. If you want to send to a particular buyer group, like sellers, and right now she doesn't have sellers, she's basically a buyer's agent, it looks like. But if you had those that that are agents or that are vendors or whatever, you'd have to go through and manually pick them out of the list. And so the shortcut is, as you're working with a contact, assign them to different groups that make sense, and that way you can come over and you can then choose family or friend or vendor or whatever's going on, that we can bring up just those that you said belong to this group so you can mass email them. I didn't design the system. I would use group. Now, okay, you didn't understand the value of it. Well, what you're doing here is you've got, this is your own, I mean, since you only have buyers, then yes, you could select this and send to everybody. But if you start diversifying out and bringing in sellers and all, you may not want to send to a seller, a buyer facing, and vice versa. You don't want to send a buyer seller facing. So if it were me, okay, let me tell you this also. Here under type, a lot of times Paragon has already preloaded this based on your board or association. Here's the different typical types of buyers we have. So I've been to some that have buyer and seller, and they've got agent in different groups. Similar to what I have in groups here, those are already there for you. And so they preload that for you. That way you can check and select it, but it doesn't help you when it comes to mass emailing and you want to parse out of that large group a specific subset. And that's where groups come in. It gives you that subset. That's right. All right. So again, if all your contacts are of one group, I'm going to call it, or type, then yeah, you don't need to use that. But if you have a diversity between buyers and sellers and whatever, then the ability to go through and select exactly what you're looking for makes a lot of sense. This is the beauty of Paragon. You can use it as much or as little as you want. And what you do and what I do will not conflict with anybody else using Paragon. All right. So there we have that. That's how you come in and add a contact record. Let me just close out of that. As we're working along, let's come over to delete. Now, let's assume I had 2 Buzz Andersons. Didn't realize it. I put 1 Buzz in, and a couple weeks later, whatever, oh, I need to get Buzz in there. So I type in Buzz again. I realize I got a duplicate. I can select Buzz, come up to delete, and I can also select multiple. So there's been sometimes I've selected like 10 or 15 people delete at one time. Select who you want to delete, move up to the delete button, and now Paragon's going to ask you, how do you want to delete? Do you want to delete just the contact or the contact and their saved searches? I'm going to choose contact and save searches because as I set up a contact, I create a unique save search for them. Now, in reality, it may be the rank and file. This is what everyone searches for when they come to Florence. They always search for 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and it may be this, but I put it in uniquely. That way, when I go to remove a client, I can remove them in their unique save search. That's just, Gary, how I do it. Yes, you could copy somebody else's search. If you do, make sure you give it your new contact's name for it. That way it becomes unique to them. But I always like to start off with a brand new search for them. So you can delete things. Import and export. Okay. Right now we have a problem with that at the coast, right? We're not getting a lot of imports coming in. Different story. I hope everyone's Christmas is good. I know my wife and I, we bought a refrigerator just back at the beginning of November. And the person there at the store says, and yes, there's an ice maker for it, and it'll be here by November 10th, whatever. Well, here we are, November or December, what, 7th? And we just found out yesterday that they don't make, or that ice maker we purchased that the store agent told us would fit, doesn't fit. And even if it did, it's back order and it's not even on shore. It's coming in from overseas. So anyways, I hope your Thanksgiving is good. My wife is really concerned because we got all of our kids. We got 9 kids, 3 daughters-in-law, and 8 grandkids. And they're all going to be in our house at one time. We had all of our 9 kids in our house at one time. So can you imagine the stress my wife is feeling? Because she is definitely, I got to have ice in it if I'm going to drink something. A lot of my kids are that direction. The ice machines are going to be, you know, the commercial stores, you know, the Walmarts, whatever. We're going to be buying lots of bags of ice. But anyways, so let's go ahead and let's look at importing and exporting. Now, what I want to do is I want to export a contact out of Paragon because I'm going to show you how you can use mapping of the data fields to import any program's contacts, okay? Let me just show you right off before I do that. Notice as I hover over import, I have Outlook, which is CSV. Back when we created Paragon, back in the early 2000s into the 1990s, Outlook was basically the king of what was going on, okay? Since then, some startups like, is it Google and Gmail have come up on, and they've taken on by storm. But we had already set up the architecture for Paragon. So as you can import this direction, I'm going to show you how you can take any contact from any database and bring them into Paragon. We also have the Google for Gmail. We also have the Yahoo for like AT&T. So again, we've got a lot of these different formats. And so if you have a Gmail, output it as a spreadsheet, and then you can import it directly. Same with Yahoo. Export it, save it to your computer, and then import it in that Yahoo format, and Paragon will do all the transpositions for you. So let's go ahead. I'm going to export, and when you export to do this, I'm going to just choose one contact. I don't need everybody. I only need one because I need the column headers to give me the details of the order that Paragon expects that data to come in. So I want one, and the way I want to bring it in is CSV. That means comma separated value. And by doing that, I'm going to get a spreadsheet. And you click on OK. As you click on OK, because I'm using Chrome as my browser, notice over here in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen, I have that file. If you're using Edge, Safari, or Firefox, you're going to typically get a rectangle in the middle of your screen that's going to have the following options. Do you want to open? Do you want to save? Do you want to open and save? Or do you want to cancel? For me with Chrome, it's over here in the bottom left-hand corner, so I just double-click. And there it is. And I'm not sure how well I'm going to be able to show this because I can only show one screen at a time. So let me just zoom in on this and let me give you an idea. So notice I have Rhonda Allen. There's all of her information there. I'm going to click on, well, I need to change screens. Sorry about that. Let me just change screens. That's what I want. There we go. There's what I want to share. So here I have my column headers coming across the top of the page. I've got Rhonda's contact information there, but because she's already there, I'm just going to highlight the row and I'm going to delete it. Okay. So this here is I'm going to call my destination spreadsheet. And with this, let me move some stuff here. I'm going to click on the box up here in the upper right-hand corner. That way I can, okay, I can make it smaller. I'm just going to move that over. There it is. I have that information. All righty. Let me open up another spreadsheet. I know you're not going to be able to see this right off, I don't think, because of what's happening here. Are you able to see my window up here on the screen? Okay. All right. So you can see what I'm doing. Okay. Let's just go ahead and come on back up here. I'm going to come over to my documents. There we go. Inside my documents, I got my training files. I'm going to come down to importable contacts. And I want all files. There we go. And with that, I got my Gmail contacts here. Let me just go ahead and open that up. Can you see my Gmail contacts over the top there? I think you're still just seeing that original spreadsheet. So let me do a new share. So over here on the side now, I have this spreadsheet. And notice I've got first name, last name, company name, title, home address, address, city, state, zip, other details coming over. I've got phone numbers, I've got email addresses. So this is what I've got over here on the side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click a row, and it doesn't matter which row you want, but make it maybe 5 or 10 rows down. Select a row, and if you're using Excel, on the toolbar at the top, it says View. I hope this isn't getting too techy here. And what I'm going to do, let me just expand that out a little bit. As I click on View, I want to split the screen. As I split the screen, notice how a line has been drawn between row 8 and row 9. Okay, it goes all the way across. Also over here on the right-hand side, notice I have a scroll bead over here. I can, in the top section here, I can go all the way down to the bottom. In the bottom section, I also have a scroll bead. So let me select that. I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom. And so as you look at this by splitting the screen, I can see the top of the column and I can see the bottom of the column. And that's what I'm looking for. All right. So I've now moved back over to the left-hand side of the screen. I've now got my 2 screens set up. And let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy from my Gmail contact spreadsheet. I'm going to paste it over into what you can't see right now is my destination spreadsheet. So on the right-hand side, where it's got all the names, that's my source spreadsheet. On the left-hand side that you can't see, that's my destination spreadsheet. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to click at the top where it says Taylor and Trish, okay? And because I'm there at the top, I'm going to come down here. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to click on Taylor and Trish at the top. I'm going to hold down my Shift key. And at the bottom of that column down at row 78, I'm going to click on Steve's name. And notice how that's all been highlighted. Okay. I think that's pretty understandable. I think most of us understand how to select data in a spreadsheet or select text in like a Word document and all. And so with that, I'm going to use what's called a hotkey. If you're not familiar with a hotkey, it's a shortcut. And for this shortcut, I'm going to hold down the Control key. I'm going to push C for copy. So I'm going to hold down and do C for copy. Notice I've got a green banner around it. Okay, so let me just do this again. At the top, at the bottom, Control C. You can see that dashed line that goes around the first name column. I've got 77 different first name combinations selected. Let me come back over to my share. Going to come over to my destination spreadsheet. There it is. And underneath first name, I've now selected. So I've got my my cursor right there. That's the cell that's selected. I'm now going to do another hotkey. It's Control V. It means paste. I'm thinking back to when I was in elementary school, and my teacher was going around and correcting me because as I'm thinking, I'm writing slower than I'm thinking, and I'd leave out a word. So she'd put a caret at the spot where I was supposed to put in the forgotten word, and she'd write the word up the top for me. Or I then learned to go, oh, I forgot a word, let me just draw. That's back when you had to handwrite. None of this computer stuff and insert whatever. But with that, notice how quickly I copied and pasted 77 different first name combinations. So using my destination spreadsheet, the next thing I need to put in is the last name. Because in Paragon, in the contact record, first name and last name are required. So let me come back over to my sharing here. I'm going to come back over to my Gmail contacts. I'm now sharing it. Now I'm going to move over to last name, click at the top, hold down the shift key, click at the bottom. They're all selected. I now do my hotkey, which is Control and push C. So I hold down Control and push C. They're now all selected. Notice how we've got the dotted line going there. And coming back over to my share. There we go. Come over to, let me make sure I got that selected. Maybe it's going to let me just share my whole screen. I've got my cursor in that row 2 right under the last name. I push V. Does that make sense that I just did there? Yes. Okay, the question that's been asked is, it looks like the first name, middle name, and last name are in the same order between the Google spreadsheet and Outlook's spreadsheet that we exported. Those will probably be in the same order, but from there on, it's going to be different. Do you think Google ever lined up and did something the same as Microsoft? And so this is where we're going to find that it's not going to be the same. Now, in a lot of databases, what do you start with? First name, middle name, last name, and you move over, okay? But from there on, we can't guarantee it. So that is an excellent question, and just know that we can't guarantee that, all right? So you're seeing both of my spreadsheets at the same time. Okay, this makes it easier. So I'm going to use my destination spreadsheet as my driver. I'm now going to move over. I want to find email. So I'm going to skip over a whole bunch of fields here. I can be putting those in if I want, but in Paragon, you have to do email notifications, you have to have a first name and last name required for adding a contact, and you need an email address if you're going to automatically email to somebody. So I'm now going to come over to my email field, put my cursor there on the left-hand side, my destination spreadsheet. I'm now going to come over to my source spreadsheet. I'm looking for email. There it is. Click at the top, hold down the shift key, click at the bottom. We want the one column. There we go. So I've got all 77 email addresses selected. Again, doing the hotkey, push down the control key and push C for copy. Move over to my destination spreadsheet, hold down control key, push V, and it's there. Just in the little bit of time that we've been working in this webinar, you can see I have fat fingers. I don't spell very well. I forget words and stuff like that. So by copying from a database that I'm comfortable with that is accurate, I can copy and paste in just seconds. And I could then do this whole spreadsheet if I needed to in probably what, 5 minutes? But in doing that, I put in 77 different contacts. What if I had 1,014? Can I use the same process? Yes. It just means it's going to take a little bit longer to select and copy and then move over to the destination and paste. But we're only talking fractions of a second. We're not talking minutes and hours. So this becomes an excellent way to work with this. So if they are next to each other. So if you have address 1, address 2, city, state, zip, then yeah, you can select all of those and paste them over. But if you have different things popping up in there, maybe they have county jumping in there somewhere. And if Outlook, that's what you have in Gmail, but Outlook doesn't have that county field in that location, then you'd not want to copy the county. So of all the fields that are the similar, as you move left to right in the destination and in the source spreadsheet, if they're the same, then copy and paste them as a block and drop them in. But if they're different, then make sure you copy one at a time. That way you can drop it in exactly where you need it to be. Now, let me be a little techie with you. What we're doing right here, right now, is called mapping of data. So if you want to sound really techie when you get back to the office, yeah, Gary taught us how to map our contact information into Paragon. Or you could just say, Gary showed us how to import. But anyways, that's what you'd have. All right, let me just expand my spreadsheet here. And notice I have the 3 required fields. First name and last name required to make a contact. Then I have an email address. That way I can do automatic email notifications. I'm going to come up to my Save button. I'm going to come up to File, move down to Save As, and I want to leave it as a CSV file format. If I change it to Excel, if I change it to whatever, it won't work because it's got to be CSV. That's the kind of field it's looking for, Paragon is. So I click on Save As. I'm going to click on Browse. I now want to come out and I want to go to my desktop. That way it's easy to find. Let me close up some of these other things there. I'm going to come over to my desktop. There it is, my desktop. Let's save this as a name. So I'm going to call this one There we go. So I like to date stamp my things. That way I know what was the date that I last brought into Paragon. So I might say Gmail to Paragon. That way, as I look at it, I know, yes, I brought that into Paragon as of this date. With that in place, I'm going to click on Save. I've now saved that to my desktop. Everyone okay with where I'm at so far? Sometimes in my webinars, I get going zip, 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 and everyone's lost. And whoa, go back. Hopefully, we're doing this just in a nice, logical order for you. So having done that, let me go back over to Paragon. So I'm going to change my share. Come back over to Paragon. And everyone should be seeing Paragon there. I want to come over and I'm going to click on Import. Now remember, because I'm using the Outlook or the Paragon exported CSV, I bring it back in the same exact way. If I was doing with Google, I'd export out of Gmail, save it to my computer, then take that file right out of Google Gmail and import it directly into Paragon. This import process right here does all that mapping or saving the fields in the right order. Same with Yahoo. Let's come over to Outlook. So I come over to Outlook, CSV, Paragon says, okay, if you have duplicate contacts, because you know you're going to be sharing your contacts between the different databases, that you're bringing things in, you're going to have duplicates. So if it's a duplicate, do you want to merge the data? If it's a duplicate, do you want to replace what you already have in Paragon with the new file coming in, or do you want to skip the duplicate? You get to choose. But when you choose, you're choosing for the entire batch of fields you're bringing in it, or data you're bringing in at this time. I'm going to merge it. I don't want to lose data. So I'm going to click on Upload File. As I click on Upload File, I'm going to come back to my desktop. And again, I'm looking for my file. So I know it's got the date stamp on it. So here I have, there it is. 2021-1207 Gmail to Paragon. That's the file I'm looking for. So let me just select it. And in the bottom right-hand corner, I click on Open. As I click on Open, see this wheel spinning right now? It's done. So it may have taken me, let's say, 5 minutes without interruptions to copy everything from the Gmail and drop it into my destination spreadsheet. And then I import it, and it takes, what was that? About 4 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever, no more than that. But it's done. Could you have even typed one contact record with the first name, last name, email addresses, all the phone numbers, and be accurate? For me, that accurate is the part that's the problem. I can type in stuff, but it's going to be wrong. Okay. So with that in, let's come down and take a look. So here we have Trish and Taylor Giles there coming right on down. Oh, notice this one right here. Jim and Janet Albertson, they don't have a valid email address. It could be that when I put things in, I put Jim space Janet, and that violates the email rules, okay? And so I could go into these contact records, make note of that Jim and Janet. I also have Sam and Samantha Barnes. I have Deb Conway. Those are the 3 contacts that I have issues with here. Yep. So I could then write them down and then go into that actual contact record and perfect or make better that, that contact email address. Does that make sense? I was up doing the transition training for Vancouver, British Columbia. And there they had primarily board load stuff. They had a whole office section. And all it was just data inputters because there was a board load MLS. Over in another section, they had the customer support. And in the transition, like when you had all of your contacts brought over from Navic into Paragon, they had an agent whose contacts didn't come over. This agent, this representative for the board, was working with trying to convert about 2,200 different contacts. As I was walking through and said, "Hi guys, any questions?" The guy says, "Is there a shortcut?" Because right now he was manually typing all of that information in. I said, "Yeah, let me show you this." I showed him. He goes, "Oh my goodness." So I went upstairs, was only upstairs for, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes, came back down on the way out to my car. He says, "Gary, it's done. Thank you." So it's just by coming in and doing these kinds of things, you get to learn tips and tricks like type versus group when it comes to being able to do things inside Paragon. Do any of you have any questions about what we've covered so far? Okay, so the question is, how do you change this banner here? Okay, a little off topic. Let's go ahead and look at it for right now. Make it a break before we continue on. What you want to do is you want to come up to preferences. As you're working with preferences, if you want to go directly to change that banner, move down and to the left and click on System. As you click on System, right here at the very, we then come over to User Interface, and right here at the top are all of our different banners. You may have the black, which is the default, okay? You have the standard icons. You could have blue. Notice that these icons in these next several screens are exactly the same, so there's no difference there. And even though we change the icon here in just a moment, it doesn't change the functionality associated with it. So those are the different items we have. And you hover over, it looks like you're shining a flashlight on each one of those items. Well, we then went out and did spring. There was a big liking of this because this is the first thing we went to that wasn't those standard icons. As you hover over, you can see how it shows you which one you've got selected. We then came over and we did ice. Here you have the ice coming right on through. So it just, in each of these times as you hover over the icons, it's like you're shining a flashlight on it. We then came over and we did purple. And with purple, this is the first time that we did this. We actually changed the icon that you hover over. And this was a big hit. People love this. Well, it was coming up like July or August when this is going on. The guy that does all of our branding and whatever, he says, well, let's do this. And he went to fall. And with this one here, as you hover over, notice that things change. This next one is my favorite for this layout. It's a roasted turkey. Okay, I don't want to make it look like I'm just totally focused on food, but I am. Because you've got these different items. Well, then when we did fall, we also did winter. That's the one we've got here. So the fire glows, Rudolph gets his nose, the globe snows, the tree gets light. This next one is sad. Gingerbread breaks an arm and a leg. Presents. So there we got that. And then we started adding other ones. So there's the mini me. There is the 4th of July. And since we added the 4th of July here, which doesn't make a lot of sense to the folks up in Canada, this one's my favorite here because you get burgers and brats on the grill. We then added a Canadian feel. And when I was in Vancouver doing their training, behind me where this wall is at was a plate glass wall. And that's the scene I was looking at every day I was training. That was the mountains overlooking Vancouver, British Columbia. As you hover over these, you had all these different things coming along. We then had someone say, you know what, we need some other things that are working for other parts of the country. So we then added that gives us a little more room. We then added 80s. I got to show this. So here we have the 80s. I have a boy, one of my sons can do Rubik's Cube, and there's some kind of a mathematical formula that tells you all the different things you need to. I have troubles just with a 2-piece, 2x2, whatever. Because you then have Mr. T coming up, the Polaroids, Pac-Man, you got those. Coming on down, we have the Northwest. And so with this, these are now animated. So with this, the sky is getting darker. And over here, where you have your logo, that's actually a lighthouse. You zoom out a little bit more, there's another lighthouse over here. And notice the cargo container ship. This is what they're not doing. So they're not coming into port. And then it gets brighter again, and it just goes through that routine there. We also have Southwest. This has hot air balloons floating over the Grand Canyon. And finally, after some persuasion from us here in the Midwest, at least up in the Kansas City area, we now had more of a central plain. So we've got a tornado blowing through. Now, tornadoes are not good things here, especially in Alabama, because you guys get nailed with them all the time and they're horrible. With us, we just have wheat fields and cornfields and all. Because this will get out here about the Chick-fil-A cow, it lifts up whatever for us. So there's all kinds of different functionality here, but it does, skins or locally or labeling we can do with it. Just know it doesn't change anything here when it comes to your functionality. And when you choose something, I'm going to choose winter. You click on save, it's going to ask to reload. It will reload, which will cause, like you just logged in. So now you have this theme here when it comes to working with your themes at the top. All right, does that answer your question for you? A fun deviation. Sometimes as you're going and going, you got to just take a break because you need to take a break. All right, let's come on over. I'm going to come back over to contacts. I'm going to come down to view and manage contacts. And let me just show you a couple of other fun things. As we're out here, see where it says print? When you click on it, you can now click a contact list. So here you have a contact list. You got first and last name, email address, city, state, zip, phone number, and type. So this is another place where type shows up. So if you put in buyer or seller from the type list, it shows up here. Note that group does not. So as we're moving on down, we can see all the different types. You can see that I use groups more than types. And with that, you can see it's going to take 5 pages to print out. You've got the previews over here on the side, or you can scroll down and see it. And when you come up to print, notice that you could print to PDF. You don't always have to hard copy print it. But if you did want to, come on down, choose whatever your local printer is. If you don't have Microsoft Print to PDF, you'll always have saved to PDF. That way you can save a PDF copy or version of this particular contact list. And then you click on print. You've now either sent it to your printer or you've saved it as an electronic file. And when you do that, just like when we saved our CSV file for importing contacts into Paragon, your computer will ask you, okay, where do you want to save it? You can now pick and choose which folder and what name you give your PDF information. Let me go ahead and just close that down. I'm going to close this down. Notice you've got the overflow button. I guess that's the official name for the 3 dots, one above each other. Me, I call it the snowman button. To me, it looks like a snowman. If you click on it, again, you can do 2-page view. You can put in annotations, whatever you want there. So you've got some extra things you can do. All right, let's come over to labels. Do you ever want to snail mail things to people? I know most of us do email because the cost is and it gets there immediately. But there are some times where we want to send something in the mail. So by clicking on labels, here you go. So with this, I got 156 different contacts. And the default is the one that the mail label that has 3 columns of 10 labels per column. That's the most common one that most people use. You also have 2 other templates. You've got this one, 5162. You also have the one right above it, 5161, 5161. I'm not sure what the difference between the two are, but there's two different templates there. And so with that, you have the ability to print out the label for sending out mail. If you look at this, you're going to see that some of the font size, like Benton and Billy Barnes, the font size is smaller. You get up here towards the top, Jim and Janet Albertson, it's a lot bigger. What Paragon is doing is we're sizing the font size so that it fits on the label. Okay, and that's good. It's going to take 3 pages to print out. But what if you have a partially used page? You like throwing away half your page? So if you wanted to, you could come down and let's say our first available label is down here with Billy or Benton and Billy Barnes, or maybe it's Tim Austin, maybe it's Tim Bailey, whatever. You can choose. Let me choose Sam and Samantha Barnes. I'm going to choose them, and notice what Paragon did. Paragon says we're going to skip over all of those, and the first label, Young and Yvonne Albertson, goes right there. And with that, it's still going to take 3 pages to print out, but you can put in your partially used page, print on it, and then you can put in the 2 other pages, and then you get all your labels printed. You may have some leftovers there, but still, again, this helps you not waste labels on your page. And then you click on print, and away you go. Yeah, you can do that in Contact. So let's come up to membership for a minute. I'm going to come up to membership, agent mail labels. So if you're to click on it, you could then put in the board, the agent types that or whatever, click on count. You could then click on search. You got the same thing here. And Nakia, through the training that we did, you've also got that level, being able to do that. All right. So there's contacts. Let's go back and review what we've covered so far. I'm going to click on the contacts. Although I didn't click here, if you click on add contact here, it takes you right into that card there where you add your contact information. Okay, that's just a direct way. If all you need to do is add a contact, that's how you can do it. Please note that you could start here with contact, fill in all the contact information, save it. You're then into the contact manager module. You could then step through and go through all the different things as far as setting up CMAs and things of that nature. You could do that. Come up, we can view and manage the contacts. We've talked about groups, reverse prospecting, sent messages. And I just told you a little bit about HomeBot. Let's come back over to view and manage contacts. So as you're looking on the top level of everything, that's what you can do. Let's go ahead and click on a contact. I'm going to click on Bruce and Bonnie Albertson. Going to click on their name. And here we have at the top of the column. This is the contact activity. Take this here and move it up. And with that, I can see that here's a save search. That's probably the one that I did. Notice the one down below that just says Coleman. The contact item right there has a person in a sports coat. That's my indication that that is a client created search. So your clients, when they're out inside Collaboration Center, and they click on the hamburger menu and they go down to My Searches, when they add a save search, it's going to show up for you here on the search activity window. And everyone that has a little person in a sports coat, that is a save search that's been created by your contact. With that, I can see they got 4 matches. Nothing's new. Nothing's changed. 3 undecided. One's been marked as a favorite, possible and reject. And as I click on these numbers, let me click on the 3. As I click on, I get to see those properties inside a Paragon report. This is my spreadsheet. And from here, by clicking on reports, I can go view this in any report that's available to me inside Paragon. So that is one way you can come in and see the details of those properties for a particular client. As we move on down, this is where the notes would be. If there's more notes that can be displayed in this little window, there's a scroll bead on the side, and you can then scroll on down and look at all the notes. Here we have tasks. Here we have any of those documents that you've uploaded and any CMAs you've created for this contact. Okay. As we click on next, we now come over to the contact information. Here I have the details. I got phone numbers. I got the email addresses. I got all the details. I've got the wife opted in for for email notifications. Here I have my buyers, my other groups. I've got them opted in for reverse prospecting. Here I have their different addresses and all. So I've got that all incomplete. Notice right here at the top of the contact record, it says Collaboration Center search options. If I do the drop down, I have 3 options here. Now for me, the board has made it available so that you can have your clients with these different options. New only means that they can create their own searches, and that's my default. I want all of my contacts, as many as will want to do it, to be able to create their own searches inside Paragon. Because when they're inside Paragon looking at Collaboration Center, whose branding are they seeing? It's yours. But if they're out on Zillow, they're out on Realtor.com, if they're out somewhere else, whose branding are they going to see? Whoever's paid to have their advertising there. And that's not what I want. So by having my clients being able to, by default, everyone can create their own safe searches. I'm in hog heaven. I'm where I want to be. There may be some clients that as I'm talking with them, whatever, I may realize that, if they're creating their own searches, it's going to get confusing. And so on a buyer by buyer basis, because that's where I'm at here is on a particular buyer, I could disable it. And that way, if they want any kind of a change to the search or a new search added, maybe in a different community, whatever, I would then come in and add that for them because I have their ability to create a safe search disabled. Yes, ma'am. Yes. And that's all a part of the Collaboration Center Preference Wizard. If we get done here early, I'll show that to you in Collaboration Center Preference Wizard. Notice it says Agent Preview. Agent Preview is that example where I talked about the yellow houses. By doing Agent Preview, the email goes out, but it only goes to you. You get to review each of those properties and either approve or disapprove, or you can just not do anything and it still stays in an undecided mode, okay? And then you can go back in and continue on reviewing and approving or disapproving. So those are your different options there. Again, as you come on down, you've got the first name, the last name field, all those different things we were talking about. Let me go ahead and just click on save. I'm going to save my work to that point. And if you have a listing inside Paragon, as you save it, Paragon's going to ask you, did you want to associate this contact to a property? If you say yes, down underneath seller activity here, you can then make that association. Let me just click on next. As I click on next, here I have the different safe searches. There's the Coleman. There's one that I think I created. There's agent recommended. All the comments. So as you click here, you can see all the comments that have been made on a property. As we're looking at this, notice over here on the far right-hand side, there's the thought bubble. As you click on it, this is what you get. This is what's called the Connect View. The Connect View is going to show you the property over here. This is the All Fields Detail Report. It shows you every bit of information that's inside Paragon. And because we're showing fields with or without values, it means you can always go to the same place on the report to find the value, the field information you're looking for. Over here on the side, it says, tell us about the HOA and CCRs. It was put in on the 26th. So again, you could come out here, do a look around, and you could then come in. No, there's no HOA, or here's the details on what's going on. This is what's happening there. So you can give some good information. And when you click on comment, that's what the screen is saying over here. It says comment. When you click on it, it gets added. And notice how it's just got added to the top of the list. That way, the question came before, so it's lower. The answer's on top. And again, if you don't need to make an answer, you don't need to answer. If they're saying, hey, love the house, love the porch, whatever, you don't have to add anything. It's just for your notation. And you'll see it out there on the home page in the contact activity widget underneath comments. So that's where you can go in and see those details there. Let me go ahead and zoom back out. And notice that you could print out this page if you want. So you're getting ready to go out and look at this property on a second visit, third visit, whatever. You could print this out. There you got the details of the property and all the comments that have been made about it. Let's go ahead and close that down. Zoom in just a little bit. Notice I've got my module wizard buttons here. Because I'm in a module like contacts. Am I running out of time? Okay. As I click on next, I'm not saving anything. So as I'm coming through my contact information here, notice that there's a save button up here. If you see a save button on a page, it means you need to click on save to save your work to that point. So as we come down to add a search, you then click on add a saved search, choose the property class. And once you do that, you're in your search criteria screen. You now put in the criteria that your buyer's looking for. Please note that you can also start with a brand new contact on a search. As you put in all the search criteria and you click on save, Paragon's going to ask, do you want to add it to a contact? When you do that, you can put in a new contact record. You can then save and notify, and you're out there to set up a collaboration center. So that is how that would work for you there. Coming over to seller activity, when you click on associate property, by clicking on select the listing, you would then see a list of all of your listings. I don't have a listing in your database, so I don't have anything to show here. When you click on a particular listing and click on OK or save, it then shows that property right here. It replaces this. And on this page, you're going to see down below the website disabled. When you click on the button that says disabled, it's then going to change it to enabled. And then right below that, it's going to say send the welcome email. You have to send them a welcome email. And once you do that, you then move down to the next line, and it's going to say email notifications. And it's going to be a red button that says disabled. When you click on that red button, it turns to green. And below that, it says for your client's notification, is it weekly? That's the default setting. Is it daily, or is it off? And that's what it's there for your buyer. And then it's also there for you as the agent. So you can have the email notifications on or off different than what your client is getting. And once your client has accepted an offer, it may be good just to turn off the notifications. Then if the offer falls through, you can always go back and turn it back on. Now, when they go out to Collaboration Center, they're going to see all kinds of great information. Total number of views, number of times you've had a broker open, number of days it's been on market, the number of buyer opens that you've had. And then down below, it's going to show on a 14, 30, and 90-day calendar how many times it's been viewed, with one line of the line chart being for agent views, real estate professional views. The other is going to be based on buyer views. Now, in order to be counted as an agent or buyer view, the person has to click on a Paragon generated link. If they're just out there on realtor.com or Zillow and they click on it, doesn't count. Would take too much programming in order to get it from there back in. But if Paragon establishes the link, we can then track it. And then going down below, it's going to say how many times it's been classified as favorite, possible, reject, undecided, and then made agent recommended, where it's added to a listing card. It's also going to ask you how many times it's been viewed, how many times this, that, whatever. It's a great bit of information. As you come over to CMA, this is where you would have listed out all the different CMAs this contact has. And by clicking on add a CMA, you can begin the process to create the CMA. If you've got a CMA here that's a work in process, check the box next to the CMA. Then you can come over to edit, and you can continue on working with that CMA right here inside the contact module. As you click on next, you then come over to more information, and here's the notes. And so with the notes, I'm going to click on add a note. Let me give this a title, property visit. And then I'm going to come down and going to give a description. We went and saw this, this, and this. They love this. They didn't like that. They're concerned about this. You can put in basically a summary journal entry about what their thoughts were about this particular property visit. And when you click on save, it gets added. Notice it puts in a date stamp. So this could be really beneficial if you've got something going on and things are going up with this contact, and all of a sudden the seller, it just starts falling through the floor. If you're making consistent journal entries, you can track that increase and decrease of what's going on. That way, if there's any kind of question about, did you provide the proper service, you can come in here and see those different comments here. As you click on task, you can now create a task. By clicking on add a task, I'm going to call this that it's due, let's say today, the 7th, and it is whatever. You can now give it a description. Maybe this is creating a CMA, it's creating whatever. And when you click on save, it gets added to your calendar inside Paragon. So let me go ahead and click on home for a moment. As I do that, here's my calendar that shows up right there. If I'd made that from a week from today, if I went out to the 14th, guess what would be there? It would be there. Now on your calendar, you can have tasks, you can have listing expiration, you can also have open houses and tours show up automatically on the calendar based on what you've got inside the listing or task that you've just created. Let me come back over to contacts. Let's come over to documents. As I'm out here, notice it says add a document. I can click on add a document. I can give it a title. Let's call this one CMA. There we go. I'm going to click on choose a file. As I click on choose a file, I'm now out to my computer. Let me come over and find that document I want. Maybe it's this one right here. I'm going to select that quick CMA that I created. I'm going to click on open. So all I'm basically doing is going out, finding the document I want to upload in. I'm calling it this. Let me just call that a QCMA, my quick CMA. When I click on save, it's now been added. Now, if I've done that with my CMA, if I've done that with the different property visit printouts I'm going to be doing for my client, I could save them, store it here. That way, at any time, we can go back and see what were the properties we saw on our second time out. We can then see that. Let's come over to financials. As I'm working with financials, I can add a financial. So this is going to be Brent. So there's Brent, his annual income, his cash on hand, his monthly car payment, his credit card payment, his other loans. I think he's going to pass for credit for buying a home. So with that, I can now type in what kind of agency and all. I can put in other details here. When I click on save, I now have inside Paragon information about Brent. And if Brenda was his wife and I had information there, if I'm sitting talking to a lending mortgage or a mortgage lender, I could then be looking at that and say, hey, I got this client. What do you think? And I can then pull that up. Message history. This is where I have all of the messages specifically for this client, Bruce and Bonnie. So again, I can see the auto emails going out. If I select a particular message, there's that message that went out. And if I wanted to, I could forward it. As I click on next, I now come down to my contact summary. So as I'm looking at it, here's Bruce and Bonnie, their contact information. Here's their address, home and work address, phone numbers, email addresses. Here I have some notes. I've got a document. I've got a task. Here's the financials. Here's the search summary that we've got going on out there. And if I had CMAs, it'd be down there at the bottom corner. Moving back up to the top, there's that contact activity again. I can come down. I can see the notes, the tasks, the documents, and CMAs. There's contact manager exploration. Does anyone have any questions for me before we end this part of our class, our training for today? If you do, go ahead and send Nakia a question or a chat, whatever. If there's anything out there. If those of you that are here, if you've got a question, more than happy to answer your questions for you. No chat questions, okay? Let me go back to my PowerPoint. I got to change my screen so you can see that. I want to thank you for attending this Contact Manager Exploration webinar. I hope it's been beneficial for you. I hope you've learned some things more than that Paragon's contact modules, just addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses. There's a whole lot more that's there and available to you if you want to take advantage of it. Again, thank you, everybody, and success to you as you continue to build your business using Paragon. So when you click on play, you play the video to okay, if you're viewing the videos, you click on play, you can play the recording to a logical spot, and then you would pause it. When it's paused, we invite you to practice what's been demonstrated, back us up as you need, and then when you're ready, play on. That will give you self-paced training. For those of you that are here in the class and also on Zoom, because this is a more open, more casual, friendly, interactive setting, when you have a question, if you're on Zoom, use the chat and go ahead and type that in. Nakia will see that and she'll wave her hand and say, Gary, there's a question. And she'll go ahead and read the question for me. For those of you that are here, I'll give you one of three answers. In fact, those of you on chats, I'll give you one of three answers when you ask your question. One answer is great question. Let's talk about it now. Another one is great question. If you give me a minute, we'll get to it. Or let's talk after class. More than happy to talk and work with anybody. Make sure their questions are answered. I don't want you leaving the training today with any of your questions still unanswered. And we do have 2 more days after today for training, so lots of opportunities for us to get together and talk. So I invite you to ask your questions. Now we're talking about Homesnap and Homesnap Pro. Please note that your clients can go out and get what's called Homesnap. Homesnap is a consumer-faced app that they can put on their phone. It's a downloadable app, and they can go out and look at properties and all. Please note that Homesnap Pro gives you, as you register as an agent for Shoals, gives you the ability to see the proprietary agent-facing information. So let's take a look at between these two programs. Homesnap Pro, buyers and sellers can download in its public-facing information, as if they're going out to like Zillow or Realtor.com or an agent or broker website. It's only going to show buyer-facing, public-facing information. Clients can set up searches, they can communicate with selected agents, and you can invite your clients to work with you. And once you do that, you become their branded agent. As we get inside the app, I'm going to show you where you can have all of your contacts that are inside Paragon moved over to Homesnap Pro, and you can invite them. As I was several years ago, we had Homesnap people to a big training session that we have up in Kansas City in June. And they suggested that you don't just say, let me bring over all my contacts and then invite everybody to come work with me. Because some of those people you have in your contacts could be your competitors. You may not necessarily want them to know what you're doing when it comes to using Homesnap and with your clients. So go through and be selective of the folks you work with. But once you invite somebody and they say, yes, I want to work with you, then you become their sole branded agent. That's what I think is a great thing, is you can be the person that they see. It works on Apple and Android phones and or tablets, whatever. So it's iOS or Android compatible. Now, Homesnap Pro, you get everything that your clients get in Homesnap, but you also get the participating member information for that. So again, it's compatible with iOS. You see everything that the buyer can see, and you also see the proprietary agent-facing information for participating as a member using Homesnap. And you can access multiple MLS systems on your device. So there's a lot of places where you have several different boards and associations coming together, and you happen to be a member of all of them. You can have multiple boards and associations on your phone. You just pick and choose which one you want to be in. Homesnap Pro features and functionalities. You can search for a city, so you can put a city. So on your home page, at the top, there's a search field. You can put in the name of a city, and you can see results for that city. Now, in order to see the proprietary information, you have to be recognized as a member of that. If you're just saying any MLS system, then you're going to be seeing the public-facing, not the agent-facing information. So as an example, one time we had gone out, we're just outside of Park City, Utah, and my son says, you need to come over here. There's this gigantic castle up here. So we drove up to it, and you could see it from miles away because it was that big and stuck out. So I brought up Homesnap. I was able to see buyer-facing information. I could find that property, and whoa, was it big. But anyways, you could do that. But when you're in with your own board, like here with Shoals, you can then see the proprietary information for that. You can sort by beds, bath, price, and for price, you can go high to low or low to high, square footage, year built, high or low, and what's this other one here? And lot size. Result filters you can see available in Homesnap Pro. So here's all the different filters you have available to you in Homesnap Pro. Could you imagine me trying to describe this verbally without any kind of image there? Impossible. So anyways, that's why I'm glad we've got this coming up for the PowerPoint for you. So again, you got all the different statuses, the pricing, you got all these different items that you can be working with. There we go. There we go. So again, you got these different filters to help you see the information you're looking for. News is going to tell you based on say searches a mixture of public and proprietary information, like what's new, what's now just listed, what's just gone under contract, whatever. You can see that information. Messages, you can do messaging between you and other agents using Homesnap Pro. You can also message to your clients using Homesnap. You can see what's going on. If you work with someone who's not a part of Homesnap, it then goes out as a text message. Home displays a map of properties with enhanced listing information if you're using Homesnap Pro. On the Me, you can see what are your active MLSs. Let's see, let me go back up one. There we go. So with that, you can see on the home page, you can see information. When you go to the Pro section, that's where you can then take advantage of different advertising campaigns. Now, if you go beyond what you have just in the normal Homesnap Pro that you have from Shoals, then you're going to be asked to give a credit card if you want to get engaged in different advertising campaigns. So there's one of them that if you want to, you can set up some kind of a video, you can have a card going, whatever. And as you move on out, it's going to show you how many dollars per day do you want to spend. It's then going to show you in that area how much coverage you're going to have. Are you 25%, 50%, 70%, 100%, whatever, gives you that kind of information. There's also a farm by zip code. So you can put in 3 different zip codes that you're focusing on right now. You've also got a dashboard of results you can look at. You can request reviews. You can also manage your contacts and clients. You can find an agent. They also have Homesnap Pro University. That's where they have a wealth of information available to you. In Homesnap Pro University, they have podcasts, they have webinars, they've got handouts, they've got flyers, they've got how-to guides. So if you're opting to put in, let's say, an advertising campaign on Waze, and then it's going to show you how you can create your ad and all sorts of different things like that. Anyways, a ton of information available to you as you're working with Homesnap. They want you to be happy users. And again, wealth of information available to you. They've got help. Now, I've been calling, sometimes I give them a call. Hey, it says, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, whatever, help. And it's amazing the resources they rally in order to help make you successful with their tool. And then under me, this is on the far bottom right-hand corner. That's where you can see what are your active MLSs you're working with. You can invite contacts. You can have my contacts. There's more information there, which allows you to, for your profile, you can change your image, change your wallpaper. Underneath utilities, you can look at mortgage or calculators, affordable and a net sheet calculator. Underneath social, you can view your clients and share the profile. So again, a lot of different things you have. As you're looking at your profile, there's a public profile and then there's an agent profile. So you can have some things being displayed to the general public or to your clients, which would be different than what you display to your peers. And then there's a safety timer. How many of you are using Homesnap Pro now? Okay. So anyways, have you used the safety timer? It is possible that when you get ready to go out on a showing, you can move over to that listing, you can engage the safety timer. And as you're doing that, you select a person to be your emergency contact person. And so what you can do is you say, I'm going to be in this home for 30 minutes. And if you don't get out of the home within 30 minutes or turn it off, out goes an emergency alert that says, I need help. There's also a panic button. So like you tap on your screen 3 times, or it then sends out an alert that says, I need help now. And it goes to that primary contact person. I know NAR's always been concerned about your safety as you're out and about, especially now as things are totally different. Things are just different than it was even 5 years ago. This is a way that you can have safety. If you need alert, you can get that alert out and let people know that you're needing help. All righty. Homesnap Pro support. There's their phone number. So I gave you the Paragon phone number. If you don't have it, this is the phone number I want you to copy down when you go to call Homesnap for help and support. 800-431-5509. 800-431-5509. That's when to have in your contacts, whatever. That way, when you need the help, you can go directly to get it. They also have a help site. So by making that help site information available, you can then tap on it and go out to their help site. This is kind of how that help site looks like. So if you want to, I recommend you play paparazzi. Go ahead and do a screenshot of this. That way you've got it. The next couple of pages is going to show you just the different types of help that's available to you when you go out to their help site. So you got you out there on the help center. You got getting started, Homesnap Pro basics, tutorial videos, live training. Let me move this bar here. Recorded webinars, FAQs, contact support, and then collateral. So if there's different things you're wanting to get, it's available here through these different items. This is one of many pages I'm going to be showing you here. All righty. So this is what you're going to get when you're looking at apartments for rent or houses for rent. Here's the kind of details. For home shoppers, homes for sale, real estate agents, U.S. property records, and about Homesnap. Again, over here on the side, you've got some of that contact information. University Pro, that's where you want to go to get your help information. As you do that, this is the landing page for University Pro. Notice they've got live trainings. They got tutorials, recorded webinars, printables, and FAQs. And so under the Homesnap Pro, these are some of the printable resources: agent field guides, account setup, Homesnap Pro feature sheet, client walkthrough guide. You also have Homesnap Pro ads, ads for Waze, Facebook ads, Facebook video. So again, they're trying to give you all kinds of different ways of creating different content to help you be out there. I'm not sure if any of you have seen it or not, but anyways, Homesnap Pro keeps sending me things about, hey, do you want to get optimized in the search engines when people are searching for people? Do you want to get optimized? They'll have what they call search optimization, search engine optimization, and different ways on how you can make yourself more prominent if you're higher on the list when they're searching for someone here in Florence for an agent. Again, here's recorded webinars. Over here is talking about some of the different ads you can create. Again, printable resources, request a free training, office training. Again, all these different things that are out here, printable resources. Here's the FAQs. You can see there's a whole bunch of items here. And then down below, you can then click to see all of the items, see all 38 articles here, see all 16, all 10. So again, they've got a lot more than what's displayed here. It's a rich content environment for you on how to get help. And again, if you're looking at it, you say, it's not making sense to me, I need some help, you can always call them. So there's some information about Homesnap Pro, okay? Again, rich in content for you. So I'm not sure if I may need some of your help here. So I said start sharing on my phone. Can you make me? Try that. So right now on my phone, I'm seeing let's go take a look at Homesnap Pro. You can come around this way. We're there. All right, I think we've got it. I'm going to move out from behind the podium here. I got a little bit of a power cord here, so it's going to help me with this. When you open up Homesnap Pro, again, you go out to your app store or the Play Store, whatever, look up Homesnap, you just download the regular Homesnap. That's what you're going to need to do. And once you've downloaded it, as you look on my screen in the bottom right-hand corner, it says me. There's a 1 right above it. As you tap on me, that's a scary picture. You got this information here. As I keep scrolling on up, down at the bottom, it says manage MLS IDs. As I tap on it, there's a few of the boards or associations where I have this downloaded on. I was not successful in getting it downloaded your system onto mine. Okay. As you go out here and look at manage, in the upper right-hand corner, there's a plus sign. You tap on the plus. And then just move down to Alabama, move all the way down to where it says Shoals AOR, AAR. You sure? Because when I was over in Coleman, they had to do the Coleman rather than SS. Okay. So okay, but was that the group that you, from this list here, did you choose SMLSA? Because as I was doing this with Coleman several weeks ago, I kept trying to add it using SMLSA, didn't work. And then as I finished my class, someone said, oh, you needed to go over CAR. Okay. So as you get into this field, wouldn't it be nice if it opened up for me right now? Okay. You type in your name. So I'm going to type in Gary. I don't find anyone that says Gary. Let me try my email address. So let me try my email address. And it's not finding me. So for whatever reason, maybe something the way my account is set up in your system, that it's not showing me as an agent. You have to be an agent for this, okay? And so what you would do is you'd go out and identify yourself. However it is, it's going to say, oh, there you are. You tap on your name, and then they're going to send you a confirmation, like everything else, okay? You have to confirm that, yes, that's you. And by going to your text message or by going to your inbox, you're going to find that message from Homesnap Pro that says, confirm that this is you. You tap on it and you're in there. So that's how you would add your account onto your system, onto your phone. Okay. And you can have it on multiple devices. So it isn't like you only get one instance. You could have it on your phone. You could have it on your tablet as you're working with it. And then as you're going around, you would then from this list, choose which board is your active board you're going to be using right now. So you need to choose, because if I'm out here, I'm going to work with SMLSA, and I'm still selected for Waterloo, Iowa, it's not going to work. I'm not going to find necessarily the proprietary information I want for listings here. So you'd want to choose which board or association you're working with from this point here. And that's what you've got there. All right, let me go back to the home page. So I'm back here on the home page. Let's just start at the top, and in the upper right-hand corner, there's a camera there. So you tap on that camera. Notice there's an outline for a home. Now, I'm not going to find any homes here. I find lots of people, but I'm not going to find any homes. What you can do here is you're just out and about and you're seeing what's going on. Your client can do this also. They pull up in front of the home. Ideally, they get out, look at the home, then they do the blue button. They snap it. And when they snap it, it's going to look and say, okay, what is your GPS location? What direction are you pointing? And here's the home. And you can find a home just by snapping it. Okay, so you can snap a home, okay? I'm done there. So that's one thing that you can do with that. As you're looking at it, look at the very top, it says, what are your zip codes? You can type in up to 3 different zip codes, and there's my preferred 3 zip codes right there, but you could type in up to 3. If you want to remove one, like Evansdale, Iowa, tap on it, remove it. I now have an empty slot. I could then add a zip code there, and by doing that, Homesnap Pro is now going to help you find listings that are going on in your 3 primary zip codes. And just as I removed Evandale, you can always go in and change things. So if I'm focusing this time north of the river, I want to search for things that it's Colbert County south of the river, right? You can then start putting zip codes there. And you can then have information come up on your home page about listings that are there. Notice it's going to show you information about a listing that's sold. It's going to tell you the date of the sale. And that was the 6th. That was what, yesterday? So it's got up-to-date information coming on down. This one's for sale. It's going to show you what that price of the home is. Above it, also down below, you can see it's for sale with a green flag. There's the price. There's the address, city, state, and zip. Okay, that's in Waterloo, Iowa. It's got 3 beds and 1 bath. If you want more information, you can tap on it. You can get more information. So there it is. You can start scrolling down and getting all kinds of details. Now, as we're working with this here at the top, notice that there is new. You can see photos. It's only got one photo. Commute time is 16 minutes. We'll look at that in a minute. You can look at a street view. So this is like going into Collaboration Center or Paragon Connect. Okay, you're not a big fan of Paragon Connect, but anyways, you can get there. You then have the ability to do the street view, and you can spin around. And I can only do one spinner, so I'm going to trip myself. Because you can spin around, you can see that information. You can even do a virtual walk around the neighborhood. So which gives you really a nice ability that you don't necessarily have to drive out to the spot. You can come right here and you can then do that virtual. So as I tap on that arrow, notice how I just keep moving down the street. I can look at it. So there's the flag of where that property is at. So I can spin it around and I can then work with this as I want. Okay, there's the street view. I can come over to photos. There's just one photo there. If the home had 50 pictures or 100 pictures or whatever it's got, you could see all of them right here inside Homesnap. Come over to commute. So from wherever location I had selected, there's getting up to that property there. So right now I'm looking at a commute to 1315 East San Marin Drive. I think that's the board office there in Waterloo, okay? But if I wanted to, I could come over and tap another address. I can put it in if I want. I could clear out the address, type in another address, and notice down below I could say I want to commute by car, commute time. I can then choose what my commute time is, and when I click on done, I could then see properties that are within that area. So we've got that information there about that one. We can come on down and see it. Now what it's doing is says, looking at this address, what does it take to get to this location here? So you can pick the property. There's the property I tapped on. So now I was going to show you how far to get there. So if you're having set up, let's say it's the person's job, work location, maybe it's the school, maybe it's the grocery store. I mean, there's a lot of different things that people are looking for. We just had a family in our church move up from the lake area down south central Missouri, move on up to Kansas City area because they had a health issue. Well, you can put in the address of the hospital or the care facility or wherever they're interested in, and then say, okay, as I'm looking at properties, go back to that location. How far of a drive is it? And in some cases, it needs to be close. With one of our kids, when they're getting ready to be born, my wife had a premature birth just before. One of our girls came 3 months premature. So the OBGYN was really concerned, you can't be more than so many minutes away. Well, that daughter that was 3 months premature, she came in 20 minutes. So from first contraction to delivery. So no matter how far you are, it's not going to work. But anyways, there could be some issues about how far away are you, and this can give your client that idea of how far you can go for that. And then you've got a map. Where's that property at? And as we zoom on in, we can see different details. And look what it's showing us. It's showing us public record information about those properties. Now, in this particular board situation, they had public record information that was integrated into Paragon. It was also integrated into Homesnap. And so you have these properties here, and it's giving an idea of what's the surrounding property values. Now, this is the last time they hit public record. So if it's 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it may not be the current information, but at least gives you a benchmark to be looking at. You can also go to a satellite view. And notice that the dots have different colors. If it's red, it's sold. If it's blue, I think red is sold, maybe blue is sold and red is expired. But anyways, the green means they're active properties. So again, you have a nice satellite view with the property boundary lines being displayed. All right, so we're back out here. So we've looked at a lot of these different things here, these icons across the top. So as you tap on a particular property, you can go to the easy access icons right at the top and come up with that information. All right, let's go back. As we're looking at back, notice there's going to be some information here. Here's some industry news. And with the agent agents harass the powers of social media to generate leads, whatever. Or harness, not harass. Come on down. Again, as we're coming on down, we can see this information. We can see that it was sold. So the red are the solds. Come right on down and see those details. If there's any property you're interested in, let's take a look at this one here for $315,000. As I swipe through, I can see a couple of different pictures there. Before I even tap into it, so I can swipe through all the different pictures that I'm working with. Notice that you can star a picture or a property with that. You can unstar it. That makes it a favorite. If you want to, just go ahead and tap into it. As you tap into it, Notice that we've got some pro information. We've got some flashback information up here. And so with this, you can then, Homesnap Pro, you can see 30 historical pictures in one place. And you can then unlock that if you wanted. But as we're moving on down, notice we have a section here that has yellow with it. It says Pro in the upper right-hand corner. That means it's proprietary information. So if you and your client, both of you have Homesnap up, they're in regular Homesnap, you're in the Pro aspect. When you get to where it's yellow, they don't have it. So that just is a visual clue for you that as you're talking along, don't tell them to go over and look at the Rapid CMA because they can't get to it. So as you're looking at it, you can look at Speed Cell. It looks like that's Homesnap Pro Plus. Pro Plus means you got to pay to get that extra bit there. You get Homesnap Pro, your clients get Homesnap. Homesnap Pro just unlocks other things for you, and you pay for that add-on to your app using your own credit card. So it doesn't ever come back in here and hit the border association. Let me just cancel that. All right. As we continue on down, it says Rapid CMA. Now I want you to know that here in the next, it may come before Christmas. Sounds like we're talking about Santa Claus. You better be good. It's going to come. But anyways, it's on. I have seen it function. We're going to have a easy CMA inside Paragon Connect. It's going to allow you to do more than what Homesnap Pro's Rapid CMA does. But let's go ahead and tap on Rapid CMA. So with that, here's the definition of the property. There's all the different details. You can tap on any of these fields and go out and choose what additional information, or you can change the type. You can change the number of bedrooms, bathrooms. You can come through and adjust any of this here that you want. And notice at the bottom of the screen, it says next step. So you go to next step, and it's now asking you to pick 3 active properties. So as you're moving on down, notice it's going to tell you that that top property there, that's 285, it is 0.4 of a mile away. The one below that is 1.7 miles. So the further you get away, the less reliable it is at being a good comp. 1.1, half a mile. I've seen some that have said 400 feet, 300 feet, whatever. So again, you can come through and select the ones you want. So I'm just going to, oh, there's 10 miles. Let me just come back up at the top. I'm going to choose there's one. You have to check the button over on the radio button on the far side there. I'm going to come over and get a couple. There's another half mile. And right now I'm just looking for proximity. That one doesn't have good pictures. I'm going to choose that one. So once I've chosen 3 properties, I click on next step. I now choose 3 sold properties. So with this one, I'm going to choose this one, and this one. 270 yards. That one's pretty close. Let's go ahead and choose that. Is there anything really close? There's another one. Anything else really close? Yeah, I think I've got 3 there. 1, 2, 3. With my 3 sold properties selected, I click on next. Now, what's the recipient email address? Me, I always send it to myself. I don't want to send it sight unseen to my client. I'm going to send it to myself. That way, when I get it, I can open it up and see what's going on. So let me just go ahead and put in my own email address. Wow, I did it right. Normally, when I'm trying to type email addresses, it gets all messed up. So with that there, I got a create button in the upper right-hand corner. I also have the blue button at the bottom that says create your own Rapid CMA. Let's do it. I'm going to tap on it. Looking at the data, optimizing the photos, preparing a map. Goes pretty quick here. Finalizing the output. Creating the PDF. Okay, it's done. And in just a minute, I'm going to get an email notification saying it's here. I then go in and look at it and say, do I like the results here? Is it close to what I would be doing if I did my own CMA for it? This is intended for while you're on the fly, just giving a quick ballpark, shooting from the hip type of a thing. It doesn't mean it's exactly what you'd be representing, but at least it's close. Okay, let me check for my Rapid CMA. Okay. Over and above what is provided by the board, yes. Uh-huh. You got to call them, and you got to call them. Because there's a place that's got their credit card in there to do that periodic whatever. You need to go out and have that removed. Yeah, that's what I would do, is I'd have it done there. Now, I would first, if you can remove it from the app, that way it's not giving you that press. That's step number one, but I'd also go through and have them delete it from there. That way you have a positive that yes, they're no longer signed up for Pro Plus, they're just Pro. Okay, here's the CMA. So there's the property we did the CMA with. There's my picture. Yes, it was a lousy day. I'm down in my basement office, and I wasn't really dressed. I didn't wear a nice shirt and stuff like that. But anyways, that's what I've got. Let me zoom in a little bit. Produced by Gary on the date. Find me on Homesnap. There's that. There's my information there. Let me come on down about this report. So again, there's kind of a disclaimer. In most CMAs, there's some kind of information about here's what's going on, here's what's happening here. So there's about the report. And then the subject properties. So as we're looking at, there's subject property 1. There's a picture of the property. There's a map off to the side. As you move on down, there's any kind of remarks that we could have put on it. There's the listing history, property summary, schools, and there's subject property. That's subject property. Okay, so there's subject property, there's subject property photos. There's the map, and that shows where the 3 active and 3 sold comps are at. Again, that very at the top, I said comp 1, that's actually subject property. There's some details. Now let's look in to see what's going on. So as you're looking at it, on the right-hand side, there's the price. There's where all those prices are at. Looks like they're fairly close together in that pricing range there. There's the different addresses. There's the map. Again, we give the color coding of green are active and red are sold. Okay, we're describing what the green and the red are. Now we're coming into comparative of the properties. So as we're looking at it, we have now the 3 comps there that are active. We have information on the left-hand side. We then have the subject property in that next column over, and the final 3 columns on the right-hand side, those are the comps. Let me see if I can rotate this. There we go. Hopefully, does that show up okay? Yeah. So as you're looking at, you can see all 3 of the comps. These are for sale. Look down across and see, are they comparable? Do they have the same number of bedrooms and bathrooms and living area and size? So again, move right on down. There's the details of those. As you move on down, these are the sold listings. So again, we show the subject property, and the next 3 columns moving to the right are the 3 sold comps. Now we go into each of the comps in detail. So as we're looking at it, there we go. There's the first comp. There's the details. There's the public remarks there. There's the details of this, different events in the listing history, property summary, the different schools. Here's the photos, and here's comp 2. Again, we're going to be replicating that field information there. And here's comp 3. Notice this one has more pictures. The first 2 comps I had only had 1 picture with it. Here we have additional pictures. So as you're looking at these comps, if the listing agent has put in a lot of pictures, your seller's going to be able to see a lot of pictures. And CMAs work really good for both buyers and sellers. Here's the sold comp. So again, we're going to have a same kind of information being represented coming through. There's all the pictures. For those of you on Zoom, this may be causing havoc with your eyes as I'm scrolling up really fast here. Here's photos. So again, the more information you put in about the listing, especially when it comes to the photos, the more you're going to have.
scroll on down through here. See our third comp. All right, so subject property value analysis. Now remember, I didn't do anything with it. I just let Homesnap Pro generate this information. So there's where I could put in remarks. There's the analysis. So as you look at it, does it make sense? Now, obviously, this is Waterloo, Iowa. You don't know these properties, but given what we looked at before, does this price range look reasonable? And that's it. That's 40 pages of information. Okay. Now, one of the nice things about using an electronic something like this is if you like what's here, you can then take this and forward it onto your client. Okay. And as you forward that onto your client, you now have the ability to, in your forward information, give them some information. Maybe you say, hey, there's some a range between here and here. I personally think it's more like this, and you can give them a better refinement of the pricing and all. But it gives you at least the ability to get something out really quick. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, as we're looking at this rapid CMA, Paragon is about ready to release easy CMA. And with that, you're not limited to 3 active and 3 sold. You can have as many as you want. You have more of a typical CMA configuration when it comes to the different comps that you're using, and you're coming up with your details with it. But just as an idea, that's something available to you. And again, you could do this when it comes to a buyer. Again, what property are they interested in? Do the rapid CMA. How long did it take us to do it? Okay, what? 3 minutes, 5 minutes if you're just doing it straight. And then you got something that's going out, and you can then send it to yourself, but then display it right here on the phone and say, okay, here's what I'm looking at least from this viewpoint, from rapid CMA, of what this home might be worth. Okay. And that way you can give them an idea, gives them a range, and they can now play with it. I know when my wife and I bought our home back in '95, that's back when interest rates were just horrible. They're jumping and dropping and going all over the place. We went in, and based on what was going on, we made an offer on it, and it was accepted. We were excited because we're getting close to that July. In fact, we made our offer on July 4th, and school started the end of August. So we had a lot to do to get into the home before school started. But anyways, this is a quick, easy way for both buyers and sellers to have them see values of homes. All right. So there's that. Let me just tap on done and close, and let's continue on.
Just to confirm, if we do the Homesnap Pro, there is no charge for that. It's the next level that there's a charge for.
That is correct.
Okay.
So
So this is pretty amazing stuff you can do with this for free.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do with this as you're working here. And I'm only just barely underneath the property. So have speed sale, rapid CMAs right there. Notice you could schedule with showing time. Now, do you have showing time or some kind of integrated showing service? Okay, if it's integrated
Yes.
in with Homesnap Pro, then right here you could tap on schedule showing. Excuse me. And with that, you could then come in, and there's showing time coming up for me. And we could then come in and work with that. So again, right from here, we have a multi-integration between a showing service like Showing Time, Homesnap Pro with Paragon data. So this works out really nice. Showing Time is not a part of my training plan. No. I know we used to train on Showing Time, and this is back like in 2005, 2006 and all. It was pretty easy. You just pick the time you want, sent the agent a request. Is it available? They just come back and say yes or no. You could actually see on your phone if it was available or not. So it was a pretty straightforward, easy thing to use. But I haven't worked with Showing Time now probably in about 10 years. All righty, as we come on up, there's a property history over the last 3 days. It says 3 days on market. See on the December 4th, there's 315. It's now 315. Coming up, different events coming for this. Related agents. Again, notice that this is, So as we're here in related agents, that's got yellow with it. That's only you can see that. Related people. Now we move into the green section, which is available for everybody. So as you're moving right on down, you can tap on more and look at all the public remarks that are there. You can show less. Continuing on, you're going to get details about the property, compensation, occupancy, listing media. So you can come through and get Homesnap stories. You've got all these different details coming through on different things that would help you as you're working with things. Coming on up for listing details, you've got square footage of the property. Again, those key bits and pieces that people would want, and that's in the green section, so that's available for your buyers. There's information about on a 5-point scale about the schools. Commute time, okay? So based on that address that we've got selected there, see it on the right-hand side? It says it's less than 5 minutes to get to the location. If you want to do a different address, again, like I showed before, you could tap in a new address and say, okay, from this location out to that place where it is. So you may be doing, okay, from here to the hospital, from here to shopping, from here to work, from here to work, to here to whatever. What are the details? So you can look and see that if you wanted. Property boundary lines. We're not near the property, but see where it says property boundary lines? I did this at my place right after I got this on my phone and working with it. You can go out to the corner of the property. And by tapping on property boundary lines and opening the map, it's like in NFL football. You know, they show you where the first down line is at, where the scrimmage line is at. Well, they project that on your phone, showing the property boundary line. You can actually go out and walk the property boundary line. Now, where I was at, it deflected off just a little bit and went more a little east than what it actually was. But it gave me a really good idea of my property. And I said, yeah, that's a pretty good estimation of it. So if you're out there in an open field, you can walk that property boundary line and get a good idea what's included in that lot of land that you're picking up, you're looking at purchasing. Here's similar listings. So this gives you some comps down below as you're looking at similar type listings. So again, without even doing a rapid CMA, you can get an idea of what are similar listings for this property. Again, it's going to tell you the beds and baths and price. If you tap into it, you can see more. Moving on down, you get the things that are required for IDX. This is the listing courtesy of. That's it. That's just there on the home page. Now, hold up your phone, open it up while you're out there at the property, and then start walking. It's going to project for you that line all the way out, but by walking on the little map right there. So yeah, you can go walk the line, and I actually walked my line, you know, and you could see it, whatever, and it was just a really neat option there for me. Alrighty, for messaging, this is where I could then send a message, or someone can send me a message. So here's one. Thank you for reaching out to me. I love the Homesnap app. Okay, that was me to myself. Okay, so anyways. So my message out initially was, Gary, work with me as you buy your next home using Homesnap. And then I said, thank you for reaching out to me. I love the Homesnap app, whatever. So you can then reach out to your clients that you're working with, and by tapping down below, they can then get that Homesnap app. All right, so again, you can have different things going on there. Let's come over to homes. So here I've got Florence. Okay, remember I was looking up in Waterloo, Iowa. I typed in Florence address there in the very top, right underneath the red bar where it says Verizon LTE. I typed in Florence. And then as I did that, I can now come in and look at my map. So here's my map. I can find what properties I'm looking for. I can tap on a property, and there it pops up for me. So again, you don't have to drive out. You can just go out there. Okay. Homesnap. So what you need to do is you need to look for Homesnap. That's what everyone can download. And once you've downloaded it, you've got it up on your screen. In the bottom right-hand corner, it says Me. And when you tap on Me, then scroll up, see where it says Manage MLS IDs? Tap on that. In the upper right-hand corner, there's a plus sign. Tap on it. And now go find your state, find your board, and then type in your identity, either name or your email address, whatever. And then there, you find your name, tap on it, and that will then allow you to say, that's me, and they'll send you a communication either to your cell phone as a text message or to your email. Then you need to open it up and tap to say, yep, that's me, and now you're in with that. Great question. Thanks for asking. So anyways, as you're out here, you can come in and work with this. You can come in and see the different details you're wanting to work with. Again, you can see this is for sale. If they have for rent, there's the 2 properties that are for rent. You can see all homes, whatever. Again, you've got that ability. And then by coming over to filter, you then have all these different options here for filtering the results. So you're looking at just those things that are important for the client that you're working with at the moment. Let me just cancel that. Notice over on the side, it says commute. So you can now come in, put in an address, put in another address, whatever, and then search for the commute. Notice this item, the second item down on the right-hand side. To me, it looks like a Viper, but that's actually a mouse where you can tap. By coming in, you can hand draw on your map like I just did and say, I only want that part of Florence. I don't want to be everywhere. I just want to be here, want to be there. I want to see what's near me. So as you're out and about, you're driving along, your client says, and what about that property right there? Pull over to the side, open up Homesnap, say, tap on it, it says near me, and you'll find that property. Layers. You can see schools. You can see a satellite view. So you've got lots of different things you can work with out here when it comes to your layers. Let me turn off that. And then list. You can now pinch and create your own list if you want of different properties you're interested in. Again, you can move in and move out as you scroll with it. Pro. This is where they're going to want your credit card. This is where you can go in and start an advertising campaign. So if we're going to do that, we can do this. I can actually go out and create my own video, do a walkthrough of a home, whatever, do my own video. This is where they're talking about how to do different things. So if I had a listing in your database, I could use my listing. Go out to my dashboard. I can come up with whatever's going on, whatever. Let me go back. As I'm coming over, I can farm my zip codes. So as I'm doing this, this will be sending information, this advertising out to people in the zip code I put in. I can edit that, or I can come on down. I can choose any of these other cards if I wanted. Let me choose this one right here. So there's what I've got with this. I'm going to click on next. I can now put in wherever I want for my comment here. Learn from Gary, so I can pick and choose what I want here. Or I can compose my own message. I just say I'm done and next. Now, as you look at it, for that zip code I had identified, there's the 3 zip codes across the top. If I want to pay $14 a day, I'm going to hit 9,000. So I move that out there a little bit more. As you're looking at the add clicks and things of that nature, add views, add clicks, saturation score. Again, you can choose what you want. Once you say, okay, that's what I want, click on next. And this is where you start putting in what you've got going on with that. So the 3 days, it's going to be $90 a month. And down below, that's where I put in my credit card. So again, if you're typing in a credit card, that's over and above what you're getting here with the Border Association. Let me just go ahead and get out of this. As you come on down, request reviews, manage my website, manage my clients and contacts. This is where you can come in and start inviting your contacts. So with that, you can pull your contacts from the association, pull them all in, but make sure that as you invite people to work with you, it's really the people you want and it's not your arch competitor, okay? You can find an agent, so you can then go in and find my favorite agents that you've starred. You can see agents that you've worked with, or you can see your agent, people in your office. And then help and feedback. So you can come out and get feedback on this also. So again, there's a lot of things that are available to you. In the amount of time I had, that's about all I can show you because it's about time for, I think it's lunchtime, right? Yeah, we don't want to miss lunch, do we? But anyways, there's all kinds of information for you out there in Homesnap when it comes to the help site and all. And I encourage you, as you get ready to do this, to first of all, just give it a try. It's not costing you anything extra to use Homesnap Pro. So try it, and maybe like Mikey with Life Cereal, you'll like it. Okay, but remember, if you don't like it, it's not costing you anything extra to have it because they're a part of your being here with Shoals. Any final comments or questions that we have before we close things out? Here. Right. I don't know. Because I've not really, other than this, I don't get into it. Sure. Mm-hmm. Green. Red. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know for sure. Okay, Nakia's got an answer here. So the question for those of you at home watching this on TV, whatever, the question was, when I'm looking for an agent and I find an agent, because my buyer said, hey, I saw a listing and it had so-and-so's name on it. Wanted to know that if when you go into agents and find an agent in office, can I look for an agent and can I see all of their active listings? Because the client had not remembered what the address was or even what the street the home was on. They just saw that this agent had a listing. And Nakia is using her Homesnap Pro, has gone in, found an agent, and then tapping on that agent, looking at their listings, found that some are green, some are blue, some are red. And then by tapping on one of the green ones, it's giving details about the active listing. Again, the initial question was, when I'm looking for an agent, can I see their active listings? And it looks like that is possible to be seen. Okay. And so as they've looked at it, they've noted that on each of the different listings, there's a triangle like green, red, or blue. Green are active, red are sold, blue are off market. And so that's about the only way you can look at it. So it doesn't necessarily show a list of just the actives, but as you peruse through.
Listings and it says recent listing slides. If you click on analyze listing slides, it'll actually show you how many he has for sale. So he's got 2.
Okay.
When you click on that, it'll show the 2 that he has.
Even better. So as you're in there, as you're looking at the different pictures of the listings that are his listings, if you click on analyze sale or analyze listings, it's then going to show you in a window in a table the ones that are active. It showed, in this case, there were 2. And when you tap on it, it then shows you both of those listings. So you got to tap in a couple steps in order to get to it, but it's there. So when you find an agent, you can see a collage of all their different listings. You click on analyze, you can see the ones that are active or sold. And by tapping on the active, you can see the number of listings, and it's displayed like we saw in the results before. So it does give what we're looking. Are you happy with that? Yeah. Okay. So the agent is really happy, or is happy. I can't qualify that as really happy with it, but it appears to be satisfactory for what he was looking for. Yes, Nakia, thank you so much. You make me look good. And anything can make me look better, okay? Any other questions that people have? I know I'm delaying your access to the hamburger stand. I don't want to delay you that much, okay? Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, everybody. Success to you. Here's another tool made available to you by Shoals that'll give you that in the field information. Also note that Paragon Connect will also give you a lot of real live Paragon data available to you, and it's designed to be for smartphones and tablets, but you can also use it on your desktop, laptop, notebook, computers, be they PC or Mac. Again, thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Great information. Thank you. How long do we get for lunch?
Hey, everybody. For everybody that's on the Zoom, we are going to head to take lunch for an hour. We will be back at 1:15.
Okay, super. Thank you.
You are welcome.
In the upper right-hand corner of all Paragon pages, there's a help button. When you click on the help button, a new tab in your browser opens up and you'll see this content on the page. The tiles along the first row and the first two tiles on the second row, when selected, will display a list of quick start guides related to the tile topic. When you open up a quick start guide, you'll find step-by-step instructions with screenshots showing you how to use that part of Paragon. If you'd like a demonstration in using Paragon, click on the training videos button found there on the toolbar. As you do that, the page refreshes and those tile topics, they're now displayed here on the left-hand side of the screen. As you select a particular tile topic, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see a collection of short videos, 5 to 10 minutes in length, related to the tile topic that you clicked on. For a more complete demonstration, click on Current Recorded Webinars. As you do that, the page refreshes, and now you'll see 3 different tabs on the screen showing you the 3 different types of webinars that have been previously recorded and now available to you for on-demand training. The landing page current webinars are webinars that were designed to be 1 hour in length and cover an entire module. The mini webinars tab were webinars that were designed to be 30 to 45 minutes in length and a little more focused. Shorts, those were designed to be 20 minutes in length and very focused on specific functionality within a module. As you're viewing any webinar, we recommend you use play, pause, and practice to view the video. So when you click on play, you can play the video to a logical point, and then you can pause it. With that video pause, we invite you to practice what we've demonstrated for you. You can back us up as you need, and then when you're ready, you can play on. Play, pause, and practice will give you self-paced training. We encourage questions during the webinar. And so as you ask your questions, there's 2 ways of doing it. If you're here in the room with me, just raise your hand, I'll see it, and I'll ask your question. If you're in the Zoom part of the training class today, use the chat box, send your question to Nakia, and she will then let me know there's a question, will tell me the question, and I will answer it for you. Now, I'm going to give you 1 of 3 answers as I answer the questions for you. One is great question. Let's talk about it now. Another is great question. If you give me a minute, we'll get there. Or great question. Let's talk about it at the break. And so if we need to, we'll just go on with just you and me, whoever, and we'll go ahead and answer that question for you. But I want you to know that I want you to ask your questions because I don't want you leaving the class with any unanswered questions. Now, today we're talking about Paragon Extras, and the extras will be functionalities from several different modules found within Paragon. We're first going to look at listing images. And we'll look at how you can rotate and crop an image, how you can add labels and descriptions to the image, and I forget exactly how many characters you have. Maybe it's 100 characters for labels and descriptions, but anyways, you're going to have an opportunity to add labels and descriptions. And then there's email signatures. You can have as many email signatures as you would like. A lot of times, at least for me, I have email signatures for my buyers because there's certain things that I want them to do. For my sellers, there's other things that I want them to do. And so with having these signatures, I can have signatures that are focused to them and having the right content in that signature. Now, when it comes to the message bodies, this is where I have all the different things I want my buyers and sellers to do. Maybe it's a message body where I'm going to ask them to be prepared for an open house or get ready for buyers to come on a property visit. Or maybe this is for buyers as they're going out on a property visit. A lot of different things are available to you. So I'm going to share with you some of the message bodies that I've already created. Just note that you can have as many message bodies and signatures as you would like. And after we've created message bodies and email signatures, I'm going to show you how you would employ those in your communications with your clients. We're going to look at driving directions on how to create driving directions and distribute them. We'll look at action icons. Now, the action icons used to be little dots. Sometimes they're called chiclets or skittles that were there in the row. We've now enhanced the look of our spreadsheets, so they now show up as a plug there in the row. Plus, there's a plug up here on the toolbar inside Paragon. So with that as an introduction, let's go take a look at Paragon Extras. All right, I'm inside your Paragon system. And what I want to do is I want to come up to listings. As I click on listings, I could put in a residential listing. As I'm doing that, I could then add my pictures. If I'm working with an already published listing and I want to update the pictures, I could do it through the listings underneath maintain, Or if I have a partially saved listing, I could do it from this here also, as I'm preparing to put all the data in for the listing prior to publishing the listing. I can have all of my pictures, all of my disclosures, and all kinds of other things available to us. Let me just come over to residential. I'm going to be putting in a residential listing. I'm not going to put in all the fields because our goal right now is to just look at how we put in listings. Let me close down the criteria. And one way we can get to maintain listings is over here on the right left-hand side. It says add, edit pictures. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not change my screen. I'm so sorry. Let me come back over to this and share. Thank you for pointing out that I wasn't on the screen. Thank you. All righty. So again, what I want to do is let me come back over to, as I move to do listings, I'm going to click on listings. If I have a published listing, I can come into this point right here and I can update the picture. So if there's a new updated picture I need to take, maybe there's a beautiful sunset or a sunrise going on, I can take a picture of that with the house behind it and then enhance that picture, that listing with that new picture. Or maybe there's been some whatever else. I can do that here. As I'm adding a listing, maybe I've got all the data in. It's now time to add pictures. I've come back in the next day. I can click on listings, add maintain partials, and I can add the pictures there. Let's go ahead and just pretend I'm going to add a brand new list. I'm going to click on residential as an example. As I do that, let me just get rid of the auto tax fill functionality. And over here on the left-hand side, it says add edit pictures. Let me just click on that. As I do that, the page changes, and this is what we have, or what I call the picture admin tool. The picture admin tool allows us to come in and add all the different pictures that I'm allowed to have with my listing. Let me come back up. Notice I can upload multiple photos, but over here on the far right-hand side, it says upload help. This will give you information about what are the details for the pictures you can upload into Paragon. Now, your picture can be up to 781 kilobytes of information, so just over 3/4 of a meg when it comes to the picture size. The picture resolution, 3072 by 2304. That is that wide, then by high. So 3072 wide by 2304 high. And so you're going to upload that picture. If your picture is larger than that, Paragon will ask you to resize it, or you can resize it yourself, or Paragon can do that for you. Notice down below here, there's a resizing tool. If you click on it, you're going to be taken to a point where you can download either something for Macs or PCs. And when you download it, you can now download, resize all the pictures you want to fit that particular format. As you're adding pictures to Paragon, we would prefer that you would upload a JPEG image. However, if you add a GIF or PNG image, Paragon will automatically convert that to JPEG. And also, remember to avoid special characters as you're naming your pictures, or as they're on your computer or device. If you have any of those characters that are basically, if you hold down the shift key and they appear above the numbers, or over on the right-hand side of your keyboard, over by the enter and shift key, you've got the brackets and the tubes and the colons and semicolons and all that. Those characters mean things to computers, and you need to make sure that the image you have does not have any of those special characters. So let's come on over, and I'm going to click on multiple photo upload. As I do that, there we go. Let me come in just a little bit. Please note that this button here that says add files works with Flash. And because it works with Flash, if you got an iPad or Android tablet, you cannot use that button because iPad and Android tablets don't support Flash. So if you're going to use your tablet, you can go out to your picture tool, your camera, select the pictures you want, and drop them right here into the drop zone. Another option for you is to use Paragon Connect. With Paragon Connect, again, you can upload your pictures that you want, and once they're inside the Paragon database from Paragon Connect, you have extra functionality you can utilize to enhance your pictures. So you can brighten them, you can put them into a grayscale, a sepia scale. There's other things, you can make them sharper. Those are things that are inherent with working with a mobile device. I'm going to be showing you from Paragon Professional, which is where we're at right now inside Paragon, where you can add multiple photos. As you're out here in what I call the picture collection tool, note down here at the bottom, There we go. In the bottom, here we have those same specifications I showed you under picture upload help. Yes. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. So the question has been asked, can I show you how to resize a photo? And I can do that. All righty. What I first want to do is this. Let me come over to my File Explorer. I'm going to come over to where I have some pictures because it makes sense to show you how to resize pictures before we upload them. So let me zoom in just a little bit. I'm going to come over to my home. I'm going to choose, I got a home in Maui. Is that okay? Let me show you my home in Maui. Okay. All righty. So here's my home out in Maui. And let's assume that this very first picture here is too big. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on it. And you can do this with a whole bunch of pictures selected. As I do that, let's see if I've got this on my computer here. What would normally happen when you click on the right click on the picture, you have this menu come up and you would then have this resizing tool here. It would say resize, kind of like it says rotate right, rotate left. It would also give you a resize. What's that? Edit photos. Let's see if this will allow me to do it here. But it doesn't have the resizing tool I was talking about. Resize. There's one right there where we can resize that. Let me get out of this editing tool here. There we go. So click on resize. And so as you do that, this is where you can choose what you want it to be. You want to do it by a percentage or do you want to do it by pixels? And so by doing this, you could then come in and put in your resolution. Remember, we are 3024 by 2030. I don't know. Anyways, I forget those numbers, but it was, you have those numbers there, and you can then choose either the horizontal or the vertical to do the resizing. Notice this button, checkbox here, it says maintain aspect ratio. That means if you change one dimension, so let me change that 1224 to 1000. And notice how the vertical automatically proportionately resized with me. Now, this is one way you can resize pictures on a picture by picture basis. Let me just cancel out of that.
Does Paragon require a certain size?
The information I gave you just a minute ago in my PowerPoint.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Size is the ideal size, the maximum size. So it was like 20. Let me come back to my PowerPoint. I forget the exact measurement. It's a different measurement from that. You have the high resolution photos. I know you can't see this on your screen right at the moment. Oh, I know where it was at. Sorry about that. Okay, so as we're on our picture right here, notice that the dimensions here at the bottom are 3072 by 2304. And one of the nice things that happened when you guys joined Paragon is that we automatically gave you the high resolution photos. For everyone else that has been using Paragon, just this last week or this week, the last of the different boards or associations are being upgraded to that high resolution. So you've had it all the time here in SMLSA, and you've got it there. So again, these are the updated resolutions. Also note that there's a minimum resolution here, and you can see that, right? Okay, the minimum resolution, if your picture is smaller than 640 by 480, Paragon will reject its upload because it's too small to fit the picture placeholders that we have inside Paragon. Now, as you're working out here, let me close this. Zoom in a little bit. Up here on the upload help, as you click on it, notice right here it says click here. This is where you can download freeware, shareware, where you can resize all of your pictures all at one time. What's that? Okay, how I got here, see where it says upload help? Another one of those hidden buttons. So when you click on upload help again, move down to where it says image resizing. When you click where it says click here, you're going to be taken to a page and it's going to say, do you have a PC or do you have a Mac? Is it Windows or, okay, that's not what it's supposed to say there. But it would take you to a window where you could then resize that. And as you do that, you can then select all the pictures you want and resize them all at one time. So I've had my boys out of the country and I want to send them a family letter every week, or at least a letter from dad, and I want to include a lot of pictures. If I'm sending multiple megabyte pictures, I can't send very many. But if I resize it down so they're like 300K, 400K, then I can send a whole bunch because it's less file space that's being requested to send. And so by clicking on this, and I have to check and see why this isn't working, this should give us a page where we can then choose either PC or Mac. And with that, we could then download this freeware, shareware, and then you can select it. And so when you would click on a particular picture, resize would be one of them. You can then go to whatever folder you want, select all the pictures you want, and give it that, whatever that dimension was, 3024 by 2304, whatever it is. And you do that with it for width, for the big number, height for the smaller number, and you can then resize all of your pictures at a time. As it is right now, if you did like I was showing you there, you'd have to go to every single picture to resize it, and that would be tedious, not convenient, and probably wouldn't happen very often. All righty. So that's what you want to be working with. Let me go ahead and close that down. I'm going to click on that multiple photo upload. I'm going to click on where it says click here to resize, to add files. And let's come out to my pictures again. So I'm going to come on over. I'm going to choose my documents, training files, my Maui house. And there we go. As I'm working with this property, I can now come through and choose all the pictures I want. Now, what you want to do is if you're going to, like right now, I have a whole bunch of pictures. A lot of them are duplicates because I stuttered as I selected in a previous webinar and I duplicated the pictures. But by holding down the control key, you can then come through and choose just those pictures you want. Now, the order you click on is not necessarily going to be the order in which it's uploaded. So let me just come through and choose the pictures I want. And as long as I don't overload the number of pictures I'm allowed to have, when I click on open, found right here in the bottom right-hand corner of this window, they all get loaded in. Now, as you look at it, I don't have anything that comes close to 3/4 of a megabyte. Everything is down well less than 1 meg. But here you can see the size of the picture. If there's any picture here that you see that you don't want, maybe it's a copy that you've duplicated or whatever. So like this one right here, I could come over and just click on the minus sign and I can remove it from my list of pictures. Having reviewed my pictures, if I'm ready to go, I can then click on start the upload. Now, as I'm looking at it, I have 16 pictures here. After I've uploaded, I can always go back and upload more and more and more until I reach my max number of pictures. Let me click on start the upload. As you do it, notice we've got this progress gauge there. Also, as you come up to the page, you can see we're going from red to blue to green. And green means the picture has been uploaded. And then there's the realignment of the pictures. Not be the order that I want to display them in. You may have a requirement that the very first photo is always a front elevation, is that primary photo. And a lot of times that's required. I'm not sure how your board is at, but I'm just going to leave the front of the house picture there. But when it comes to these other ones, is a bathroom the best second picture? Or another bathroom or a third bathroom or whatever, is that the best second picture? I say no. And my thinking is you're marketing. And if you're marketing, you want to quickly capture the attention of those that are looking at what you're marketing. So I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here. I'm going to grab my pool picture. So let me go ahead and grab this one right here. I'm doing a sustained left mouse click. I drag it up and I drop it in. And there it is. I want to take this right here, the golf course. I want to drag it up. And notice how the pictures make a hole for the picture to drop in at. I release my mouse and they drop in. I also want to bring up this other golf course picture here so the people can see where this home is located. Here I got some more pool pictures. So let me just pull this up. I may put the extra pool pictures after the golf course pictures. But again, I can take a picture, drag and drop it to where I want it to be. That way I can present the property in a way I'm going to capture people's attention. And once I've got them won over with the pool and the golf course, I can now show them the living room, the bathroom, the kitchen, the dining room, and all the other rooms that are associated with this. So once you have your pictures aligned the way you want them, come up and click on save. And by clicking on save, you want to save the photos in the new location? Yes, I'm going to click on OK. And there it is. And now the pictures that had once had like Q and Z and other letters with it, when you click on save, it then puts them into the display order. And the display order is important because the way they appear, left to right, top first row, left to right, second row, right on down, that is the order in which those pictures are displayed, whether it's inside Paragon, and that's how we send them out to the different data feed sites, your website and other websites. And so if you want on other websites to have the pictures in the right order, situate them here so they're in the order that you want to display them in. And that's how you can put in your pictures. Do you have to load every single picture? No. If you don't load up every picture, then as someone is looking at your listing, be it in Paragon or on other websites, when they get to the end of the pictures, that's all of the pictures. We're not going to show 10 or 20 more empty slides that didn't get filled in. We only display those pictures or those placeholders that actually have pictures in them. As we look at it, notice that we have several icons here. Notice this one with the triple rectangles. That's the replacement tool. So let's assume this house in Maui had snowfall when I was out to take the picture. Now, snow in Maui, that's going to be pretty rare, but let's just assume it is. So you got this feet of snow on top. I was in Albuquerque, no, I was in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And let's assume that when I was there taking pictures, it had a foot of snow on top of the home, okay? Well, 3 weeks later, 3 months later, whatever, when there's a beautiful blue sky, puffy clouds, the perfect picture, I could go back, update that picture by taking a new picture and then coming over and clicking on the triple rectangles. As I do that, I'm going to be taken over to this collection tool. I'm just going to come down and click on add file. And when we do this, you only can upload one picture at a time because you're replacing the one that had the triple rectangle on it. So let me come over. Here's my updated picture after taking that that updated picture with once all the snow is gone. And there it is. Amazing what happens when you get rid of the snow. So here you have the picture. It's now been updated. Let's assume that I was out there getting the picture updated. I thought I let the walker get through the picture, but I still see their hand and foot as they're walking out of the picture. So I want to do some cropping of it. The red pencil or the red pen is how you crop and rotate. Let me click on it. And there I have my picture. Now, if I got my picture in the wrong orientation, I finally figured it out. I used to be able to try to hold my camera and get it landscaped and it'd be on its side. So if I had it in the wrong orientation, I could just click on the rotate buttons. I can rotate it through until I get it in the right orientation. And there we go. So I've now rotated the picture. Let's assume over here on the right-hand side, I have that hand and foot of someone walking through. I want to crop it out. So I'm going to come up, I'm going to click on my picture here. I'm just going to click on it. I'm holding down my left mouse button. I'm going to bring that picture all the way out to just to the left of the hand and foot that's still a part of that person walking through. Note that I have some edit buttons here up on the side. So I can make sure it's going to give me what I'm looking for. And once I've cropped it to what I want, let me come back over here. There we go. I can then come over to my crop button. I'm going to be picky here with me. There I go. I got it. I click on crop, and there it is. There's my crop picture. After I rotate and crop, I come up to the upper right-hand corner and I click on Save. As I do that, Paragon tells you there is no undo button. So once you've cropped it, once you've rotated it and save it, there's no undo. If you've got it overcropped or whatever, just use the triple rectangle and reload that picture again, that updated picture, and then recrop again. I'm going to say okay, and there we go. There's my cropped picture. As I'm moving on in, notice I've got add a label. I love add a label because it allows me to tell more information about the property than you can, or the picture than you can necessarily see. So if you're looking at that front view from the street of the home, you can't necessarily tell that that's a brand new roof, or that it's got in-ground sprinklers, or that you've just painted the house, you know, within the last couple months, whatever. So by clicking on add a label, I now have the ability to put in 100 characters of description and a label. Now on the label, if I click on the magnifying glass, I have a list of options, and these are the standard options that are available for a label. It is possible, if you want to have additional labels, to get with the leaders, whatever, of the SMLSA, and they can have put in extra labels. So if you want to put in formal dining room, which is not there, you could have it put in. So there's additional things you could have. I've been to some boards and associations, they've got 50 different labels out there where you can pick and choose. And because it's a lookup field, as you're working with it, see the magnifying glass, you can start typing in, and Paragon will show you that particular field or fields that have that same character string in it. Finding the one you want, highlight it, and either left mouse click on it, tap on it, or by hitting enter, comma, or tab on the keyboard, you can drop that value in. Let me hit comma, it drops. And there we go, that label is now in. Down below, you've got the 100 characters. Notice over here, you have a countdown. So as I start typing in, notice how my character count goes down. And now that I'm done with the character count, it's at 0, even though I'm typing, nothing else is added. If I want to, I can always come back, find maybe where I got a little too wordy, take it out. I've still got another 16 characters. I can come in and add until I get to 0. When I'm done, and I don't have to use all characters, I just click on save, and there it is. Notice how it's immediately updated and the label's been saved. So that's what you can do when it comes to your pictures. Just note that when you go into Paragon Connect, as you're working with the full listing edit, you can click on an icon in the bottom right-hand corner of that picture, and there you have the upload edit functionality. You can add pictures, you can remove pictures, you can rearrange the pictures. And again, in Paragon Connect, you have the opportunity to brighten it. You can make it sharper. You can put a sepia or a grayscale to it. So again, you can do all kinds of things to enhance the look of that picture as you're putting it under the market in that listing. Here inside Paragon Professional, where we're working at right now, we're kind of limited to whatever the picture quality is when you upload it, there it is. Now, if you've got any kind of a picture editor, you can brighten it, you can sharpen it, you can do whatever you want. You can put it to a grayscale. But inside Paragon itself, we don't give you those options like you have inside Paragon Connect. And that is how you add pictures, how you can add labels, descriptions, rotate, and crop. Are there any questions about pictures at this time? All right, let me move on. If someone has a question about pictures, go ahead and type it into the chat, and Nakia will let me know about it. Let's look at email signatures and email message bodies. I'm going to click on preferences up on the big tool, big button banner there. As I do that, instead of running through all the way through the preferences wizard, because you get out to the very end, it's the last 2 steps. You can only put in one default message body and one default signature. I want you to know that you can put in multiple message bodies and multiple signatures. To do that, I've clicked on preferences. I move down and to the left, and I'm going to come over to where it says email. As I click on email, over here on the left-hand side, this is the preference wizard. And instead of starting at the very top and working down, I just come to email. I'm on email options. I want to move on down below to where it says message body and signature. So let's look at the message body to begin with. As I click on the little arrow, you can see all the different message bodies I already have inside my Paragon system. I'll review those with you here in just a minute. As I click on Add New, I have to give it a name, but I do not have to make it a default. And if you've run the preference wizard and you made something a default message body or a default signature, you can always come into here and uncheck the box and click on Save, so you can remove that from being your default signature or message body. As I come in here, I can give this a name, and so let's call this one all right, so I'm going to call it my Florence message body. As I move on down, I start typing. And some of you may be saying, well, Gary, where do I control the font face, the font size, and the font color? Well, as you run the preference wizard out on user interface, below where you choose what kind of a theme you want to have, do you want the Christmas, the Northwest, Northeast, the Southwest, whatever. Right down below there's where you choose the family of font face. You then choose the font size and the font color. So the question is, when you compose, or you put in your default font face, font size, and font color, does it apply everywhere? It applies everywhere where you have free-form text being applied. Now, in some cases, like in the email signature, you have the ability, because you've got the rich text editor, it's 3 rows of different buttons and all. There you can change your font face, font size, font color as you add tables and links and pictures and things of that nature. But it becomes your default for when you're doing your composition anywhere inside Paragon. So with this right here, I'm going to say, dear, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to, dear buyer. And with it being in parentheses, it's telling me that I need to put in a replacement. What is the actual buyer's name? Okay, dear buyer, there it is. Tomorrow we have planned to visit properties. As you're visiting the property, please remember the following things to be looking for. Again, and so you can again put in the different details. 1, do this, 2, do that, whatever, and whatever. So again, you can put in whatever you want. And when you're all done, just click on Save. As you do that, there's that new message body. So again, as you think about it, what is the function you want your buyer or seller to do? You can even have message bodies when it comes to your peers as you're getting ready to do this, that, whatever. If there's something you need somebody else to do, you can put it into an already created message body. And the beauty of having already created message bodies is that you've had a chance over time to perfect it. Maybe you did a typo, or you inverted letters, you left out a word, whatever's going on. As you're going through, you can see some, oh, I made a mistake there, come in and revise it. You always have editability of your message bodies and your signatures as you go. But as you do this, it now makes it very easy that if you've done a search for properties and you're now going to email them out to your client, after you've done your search, you selected your properties, you clicked on email, you now have that message body all ready to just drop in. That way you don't have to stop and compose, hear me do, whatever, and do it. You got it all there. It's going to look good. It's going to look professional. No words after time, no words omitted, no typos and things of that nature. It's going to look good. And so by saving that, you can see that it's right over here. So let me give you an idea of some of the message bodies that I've created. Again, the process to create, when you get over to message bodies, expand it, click on new, and then just type. Put in the things you want them to do. So here's one. So here's my manual email. So if I'm just going to send a manual email, I say hello. Okay, after hello and before the exclamation mark, I put the name of my client. I say the above link, because the hyperlink always goes in the upper part of the email. The above link displays a list of properties that match your new property purchase requirements. To view the properties, click on the link. Then I say in parentheses, you may have to hold down the control key in order to have the link become activated. Let me know which properties you want to visit. I'll set up the appointments as soon as possible. The above link is good for 90 days. After 90 days, the link goes inactive. Even though you may only see it for 60 days or whatever, for them, they're going to be able to use that link for 90 days. And then for every message or body I'm going, I want to do something. I want to challenge them to take the next step. In this case, I look forward to visiting these properties with them soon. I have a friend that used to live out in California where I was a kid. He was there. Our families were friends. We went to the same church and stuff like that. He moved out to Kansas City. He bought the home 100% online. And when I heard that, I didn't say anything. I shook my head. And anyways, he went home, flew back to California. He came out, just take a look at the property really quick, get to meet the church and all. And then he went back out to California and drove a truck out with all kinds of tools. That way he could come in and just do some of the touch-ups he needed to do. That's when he realized that the place was a mess. Okay. So anyways, I want my clients to go visit the property, to get to see it and not just look at it online, because it's very easy to have that camera angle up or off to the side, so you're not necessarily seeing the real story. So that's my challenge there. So I look forward to visiting the property with you soon. Here's one for a seller. Hello, seller. I have finished adding your listing to the MLS system. I'm ready to publish your listing so other agents can search for your property. The above is a link to a property report showing how your property will look to others. Please take a look and let me know if I should make any changes. By MLS rules and regulations, I am required to publish your listing to the MLS system within, fill in the blank, I said 48 hours of your signing the listing agreement. If you need me to make any changes to your listing, I can always make it after your property is listed in the MLS system. Now, in this case, I don't have a challenge for them. I want to simply say it is a real privilege to be your listing agent. I want to come back and say thank you. Property showing. Hello, fill in the name. This is a reminder that we have scheduled a property visit for a potential buyer. Please walk through your property and make sure things are picked up and put away to give the best impression of your property to the potential buyer of your home. Your buyer will be in your home at such and such a time. Click here. And this is where I have something else there. But anyways, here's a list of things, because I usually give them a packet that says, here's ready to get ready. So I'd say, review the things in the selling your home packet. If you have any questions about a property visit, please let me know. It is a real privilege to be your listing agent. Another one for a seller. Another property, I forgot to say hello there. So anyways, hello, okay. Another property has either gone under contract or sold in your area. Click the above link to see the properties that have either gone under contract or sold. I would love to chat with you about our plans to market your property. Please reply to this email to set up a time for us to chat. Again, it's a real privilege to be your listing agent. So this is someone who doesn't do anything. They don't get out of the house. They don't pick up the house. They don't mow the yard. They don't do all these things. We need to talk. Another one for seller. Here we go. There's the hello. Hello. Another property has been added to the MLS multi-listing service in your area. Click the above the link to see the property that has just been added. I would love to chat with you about our plans to market your property to future buyers. Please reply to this email so we can set up a time to chat. It's a real privilege to be your listing agent. Here's one for a buyer. Hello. On such and such a date and time at such a time, we're scheduled to visit properties that we have discussed. As you prepare for your upcoming property visits, please set aside X amount of time so we can visit and talk about each property we visit. Please bring with you a list of home amenities that are must-have without which you would not purchase, must not have if the property has any one of these, you would not purchase the home, and if the property has at least one or more of these amenities, you would buy the property. If you have any questions about the above or about what we need to do prior to during our property visit, please contact me. So again, you can see there's lots of different things that could be out there. Yes. You sure can. So what I did, so the question is, I'm an MLS admin staff member. I have things I want to do. Maybe you're an office admin person. You're not an agent, but you got different things. You got these canned messages. Dear Gary, you forgot to give me this, that, and whatever for this listing. I can't proceed further until you get back to me, as an example. To create these message bodies, on the preferences button, you click on it, move down and to the left and click on email. So when you click on email, it opens it up and you're right up here where it says email. I just came on down where it says message body. I clicked on the arrow there, which expanded it, and it said add new. That's how you do it. So this is not just for agents. So if you have a reoccurring theme or kind of communication, you typically send out of Paragon to people, be it they're members of your office, members of your board or association, whatever, or your clients, you can create them here. And by labeling them in such a way as buyer or seller or agent or whatever, and maybe you put off to the side, maybe what you need from them. Hey, you got this, you got that. And if it's a common message you're using, then give a quick description of what it is. That way it's easy to select and go. All right. I got one for my picky buyer. Remember if we were talking about how you can do agent preview and your client doesn't want a yellow house, but 95% of the homes are yellow. That's a picky buyer. And so you could come in and have something like this for my picky buyer. No, they won't see that. Obnoxiously frustrating buyer, right? No, it does. Because what it is, it's a label for a message. The only thing we put in is the message, not the label. Okay. So again, at the top, I would get a copy of that collab share link for the property or properties, whatever. I'd say, hello, after reviewing more listings, I have just added more properties to your collaboration center website. Click the above link to view the listings I have added to your collaboration center. As you review the properties, please classify them as favorite. Means property that you want to visit and possibly purchase. Possible means it has many features you are looking for, but not enough to go visit. Rejected means the property does not fit the above two classifications. Now, it doesn't mean it's a horrible property, but it just doesn't fit. When my wife and I bought our home back in 95, at the time we only had 7 kids, not 9 kids. We were so much younger, okay? And so going a half flight up for a side-by-side was not a problem. Now my wife is saying, as I'm getting older, I'm not sure how many steps I can do. So we get to some of our kids' houses, and they have these full staircases. So again, it'd be one of those things that if it has or whatever, it doesn't have. Anyways, so you can put in these different amenities. Maybe it's just a home that just has all these full staircases. As you look at each property, you can add comments to the property to help you remember important details about the property. That's the comments section. It could be questions to the agent, but it's comments. Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure what you mean by agent roster. The answer is no. Because in order to send it out of Paragon, they have to be contacts in your Paragon database. You can if you want to just type in an email address. So that's possible to just type in the email address you want. So I may contact you to better understand your thoughts about these properties or to see when you want to visit the properties. You can reply to my comments. I look forward to visiting these properties with you soon. So that could be a message body for you. So again, there's lots of message bodies. You can have as many as you would like and think about the different communications you have. Now, if you wanted to, you could be typing away on a particular email you want to send. You can minimize an email, come over into preferences, emails, message bodies, and you can copy and paste that message that you are actively composing, and drop it into your saved message bodies. That way you've got it there available for future use. And remember, after you get done, remember to click on Save, found in the upper left-hand corner of the window. So again, think about it. Think of the kind of things that you're repetitively typing. Again, maybe you're typing it 6 or 7 times a day. Well, don't type it 6 or 7 times. Type it once, paste it in, and now you can go forward with that and have it available next time for tomorrow when you're going to be doing it 6 or 7 times. But now you do the search, find the matches, and then add the email message body. It does not have a spell check built into it, but your PC should now have spell check in it. So as I was typing that message body or the description, as I started typing, notice how it had all those red lines under it? That's the spell check. That's your PC doing the spell check. So if I were to come up here like this, see how we used to have a spell checker, But then we found out we had problems with people. Well, it didn't have this word, didn't have that word. So we let you customize your own spell check on your own device. Just 10 more minutes? Oh, no. Okay. All righty. Let me show you my email signature. So I'm going to come down to signatures. So as we're looking at email signatures, let's add a new one. As you click on add, there's the template. Here's a place for your picture. This property brought to you by, it pulled my name, my preferred phone number, and there's my office. Okay. So if I want to change my picture, and I think everyone should change the picture, just click on the picture. As you do that, notice the highlight around the picture placeholder, but more importantly, look at the icon that's been highlighted here on your toolbar. As you click on it, there's the image for that file. On the far right-hand side, click on the camera with the magnifying glass. As you do that, here's all the pictures you have. Here's mine. How could you not buy from me, right? Now, if you need to upload your picture, it's just like adding your picture for your properties. Here's your picture collection tool, and you can only upload one file at a time, either an office logo or an agent image. Although it says files, you can only do one at a time. We use the same tool when you're uploading your picture pictures for your home. Yes. That's correct. That's the agent image. Okay, so who can see this picture? Your clients could. Okay. Yeah. So if you go out to Paragon Connect and you're looking at the agents, guess what's there? Is your picture that you upload right here. So I'm going to click on Add File. As I click on Add File, I come out to my computer. I can now come over and choose whichever picture I want. So I'm going to come over to my people pictures. I'm going to come over to just pictures there. And here you see I've got a big collection of different alter egos I want. Maybe I want this one right here. Who would not buy from Harrison Ford? Okay. So here we have Harrison. Maybe I want to be Herman Melville. He is not Captain D. He would be Captain M. Maybe I want to be Obi-Wan Kenobi. So again, I can come over. Maybe it's Hugh Jackman. I select Hugh Jackman. I click on Open. It's now added here. As I click on Start the Upload, there it is. There's Hugh Jackman. Now, from all of these, I can now select the picture I want, click on Insert. There it is. Down here is the dimensions for it. Because this checkbox is checked, it means as you change this dimension, let me make that 100. Notice how the right-hand side proportionally resized. Everyone should give it a listing image. So I'm going to say Gary Arnett. Okay. What happens is if someone is visually impaired, they have a screen reader. When they get down to your picture, they'll read your name. When someone hovers over your picture, it's going to have a little white rectangle come up and it's going to say your name. So I've got Gary Arnett, your trying to type your. There we go. Your hometown. So that's all going to come up and it's going to show it there. So, okay, it's a little self-promoting, but anyways, I've got it there. I click on, and there it is. Obviously a face of experience. And there it is. Yeah, you can put whatever you want there. So I'm going to click on Save. So it's already, oh, I need to give it a name. Baby face Gary. There we go. And I click on Save, and there it is. Okay. Let's come over and add another one. I want to create my own. I don't necessarily like that template. Okay. So what I'm going to do is add a new one. I'm going to put my cursor over here next to the office name. I just pull back to the left and notice it's highlighting a 1-row, 2-column table. I want to get rid of it because I want to act like I'm inside Word. I just want to compose what I want. The toolbar below, there's the X there. X marks the spot, not Oak Island treasure. It means delete, it's gone. Having deleted that, I hit enter. I'm now inside this workspace here, freeform text. I'm going to put in working hard for you and your family. There we go. So there's that. I'm going to come down a couple lines. I'm going to click on my picture icon. Going to come over to my camera. So I'm going to go back to my picture library. As I click on it, I'm now going to grab my picture. So there we go. I've selected my picture, and I'm going to click on Insert Image. As I click on Insert Image, there it is. Gary Arnett, hometown real estate expert. Oh, real estate expert. There we go. And I'm going to give my picture a dimension. I'm going to say 100. Although there's no number on the right, on the left-hand side, it will proportionally resize that. And I click on OK, there's my picture. I'm going to hit the space bar 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just to give a little bit of gap. Going to come back over to my insert picture. Going to click on my camera button. Going to come down and I'm going to choose my office logo. Tropical real estate. When I'm up in Kansas City and it's February and it's bitter cold, I like to think about positive things. And so tropical real estate is the deal for me. So I'm going to click on insert the image. Again, I'm going to put in 100. That way they're exactly the same size. If they're one's a little bigger than the other, people will notice it. And this is going to be tropical real estate. There we go. Click on OK, and there it is. As I come on down, I'm going to hit enter a couple times. I then type in tropical real estate, the address, city, state, zip. Okay. And I'm going to put in office telephone number. Okay. So there's that. Now back up here above my picture, I want to highlight it's me. So this is Gary Arnett. There we go. Going to put in my cell phone number. There it is. But I want to accentuate that. So using my rich text editor above, it's like a word processor inside Paragon. I'm going to take all of those and I'm going to make them 12 point. I'm also going to make it bold. And then going to take my name, going to come over to the color tool. Notice it says text color, that second A from the right. As I do that, I'm going to choose blue. There it is. For my phone number, I'm going to leave it just the black. As I move on down, I'm going to take tropical real estate. I'm also going to make that 12 point. And I'm going to come over, I'm going to make it orange. Kind of more like the color of the logo, whatever. So again, I can come on down, put in all this information. I want to make this an enhanced email signature. So I'm going to put Gary's website. So having done that, I'm going to highlight all of that. And up here on the toolbar, right to the right of the picture icon, there's a link. By clicking on it, I can now add my web address. Okay. So I'm going to put in here http://www.bkfs.com/MLS. Okay, that's not my web address. That's Paragon's web address. But by having put that in, I'm now going to have it where when someone looks at Gary's website, they're on my signature. It's actually going to be a hyperlink. For this here, I'm going to say Gary Arnett's website. I put it. How do I get a Q in my name? There we go. And then down on the target, this is important. Change it from none to new. Because people out in a website viewing your signature, your email, if you leave it just none, then they're going to replace the email website with your website. People won't want that. But by making it new, a new tab in the browser will open up. They can view your website, and when they close it down, they're still in their email account. So with that in place, I click on OK, and there it is. Let me go ahead and just save that. Got to give it a name. There we go. To Gary Tuesday email signature. Going to click on save, and there it is. Now, the question is, how do I use this? Let's come back over to Paragon. We'll click on residential. I love the last search functionality because by coming over, that is the last search that I ran where I actually saw results. It doesn't need to be a save search. And by selecting that, there's the criteria, there's the count. I'm going to click on search. And here I have all of these properties. I'm going to come down. Let's say I want to send that property and that property out to my client. I've selected them. Come over to email. And I can either use the hyperlink where I get to pick the properties, the property reports, or I can choose collab link either way. And when I click on compose, there's the link. Now there's my default signature. I need to go back and take that out because I want to be able to change my signature as I want. So let's go over to signature. I'm going to choose this one right here. And there it is. So there's my signature in. I want to put something down below that link there. So I'm going to come over to message body, manual email, and there it is. Hello, the above link displays a link to properties, and away we go. And I click, oh, I got to send it to someone. So let's send this one to Mark. Do I have a Mark? No. Let's send it to, I know I got to have a Tom, yeah. I'm going to send it to Tom Franks. There we go. Going to click on send, and off it goes. So by having the message body and the signature there in place, all I got to do is do the search, select the properties, and from there on, it's what, 30 seconds, and it's gone. Rather than sitting down and composing and getting interrupted and things of that nature, select your message body, select your signature, gone. Now, if someone's wanting to interrupt, you've taken what, 20 seconds maybe? Tell me what I can help you with. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's what it'll be. It'll be from your email address that's inside Paragon, and that's the email address you have in your agent record inside Paragon. Okay, when you send an email out of Paragon, it's actually coming from Paragon's email servers. But we make it look as if you send it from your own business email account. That way, when it hits the inbox, if they've got you marked as a favorite, you're in there. If you've been marked as a spammer, you're in the spam folder, whatever. But anyways, it's going to look like you. And when you reply, when they reply back, it's going to come back to your email account that we sent it from, as if you had sent it from your own business email account. That makes sense? To me, this is a big time saver, a big, big time saver. So it's going to take some time, but I refine mine as I go. Even as I was getting ready for this class, I realized, oops, there's a thing I want to change. And so I changed it. But now going forward, it's going to be that way going forward. All righty. So there we have, where are we at time-wise? Am I way over? Big, okay. All righty. Didn't get through all the things I wanted to show you. Let me just show you right here. See this plug right here? That's the action icons. They had been little dots coming across the page. So as you click on that, here are the key things that we give you: a history of the property, a map of the property, and a quick view. Whatever you set up when you ran the preference wizard on the results page, this is your secondary double-click report. That's what you're going to get here. And each one of us can have something different. Down below, these are all of the different third-party integrations you have. And by clicking on any of these, it's going to reflect that particular listing or listings you clicked on. In this case, this one listing you clicked on that had that plug on that row. So if I were to come over to request a showing or RPR or whatever, I'd then be able to see that inside Paragon for those details. Yes. So I've now just clicked the checkbox at the top. I've now selected all the listings. That's common in most spreadsheets. Click in the upper left-hand corner, you select on this. But you can come through and remove individual items by deselecting. Okay, there's that. And what's the next step? You want to send something out? Okay. So here we have the different reports. I'm going to come over to a detail report. Which report over here would you like to look at? Agent detail one pager. Okay, we look at it. There it is. Yes and no. What you do, because here's how you do it. You scroll down. You can scroll down through each one. And then when you want to move to the next property, you click on the arrow and it takes you to the next property. By clicking on the double arrow, it takes you to the beginning of the list. Double arrow on the right-hand side takes you to the end of the list. And see that field right there that says 13? As you're looking through, you said, you know, property 7 was great. If you had a scroll bar, you now got to try to remember, what did 7 look like? But typing in a 7 and hitting enter, we've now moved to property 7. Okay, so we're out. So you've done a search, you've got your results, and by checking the checkbox in the upper left-hand corner, you select everything. It won't do it automatically, checking the checkbox. Okay, so by doing that, then moving over to reports, you now choose the report you want. In this case, we opted for the agent one-page detail report. Okay. It's beyond the scope of this class because I'm already over time. I need to be ending it so we can stay on time. But tomorrow morning's 9 o'clock class, that's where we're going to be looking at searches and results and stuff like that. And that's where I can show you how you can customize, a simple customizing to put what you want where you want it. You can't necessarily do it on all property reports, but you do have the ability on most of the property reports to customize, and you can move fields in and out of the boxes that they're in, locations on the report. And please note that a lot of the things that have been asked about during our classes so far today, if you were to click on the help button found in the upper right-hand corner, so notice the new tab that is opened up, move over to training videos. Staying on the left-hand side, move down to current recorded webinars. And move over to shorts. So help, training videos on the toolbar. Staying on the left-hand side, move down to where it says current recorded webinars. This is the landing page, move over to shorts. And many of the things you're asking about will be out here in these short videos, these 20-minute videos. So if you're looking out here, right here, it says results, customizing fields and settings for defaults, whatever. That's where you can come out and see how to customize your property reports. And there's several other webinars that have that same information, but this is very focused. You can go right there and get it. All right. Any last questions before we take a break? Nikia's getting this time to stop time. I think she's going to wear a hole in her palm, but anyways, are there any other questions? If not, let's go ahead and pause this and we'll come back. What time are we looking at right now? We're 25. What's that? Yeah, come back. Let's get back together at 40 after the hour, or 20 till. That gives everyone about a 15-minute break. All right, everyone. Thank you. See you soon. Hello, everyone. My name is Gary Arnett. It's time to continue on with our training. Our training for this section is going to be on the listing slideshow. And I'm going to sneak something in at the back end. It's called Paragon Connect. I'm at least going to show you how you can add Paragon Connect to your phone. And the nice thing about Paragon Connect, it is Paragon in the palm of your hand. So I'm going to show you how to get Paragon Connect as a home screen icon. I'm going to show you how to make it a home page icon on your PCs and all. And then depending upon how much time we have, I'll actually go into a little of the functionality of Paragon Connect. But for this point in time, let's go ahead and begin listing slideshow. Let me begin my PowerPoint. On the screen, you can see two different ways of contacting Paragon's customer care team. I repeat it every webinar because I'm thinking every time we start, we've got somebody new that hasn't seen this. I want to make sure everyone knows how to get a hold of our customer care team. The one way that most people contact us is calling us using the phone number 877-MLS-HELP. The numbered version, 877-657-4357. Using the table below, I've highlighted Central Time Zone. And as you can see, our customer care team is open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. On Saturday, it's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And on Sunday, it's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Now, if you need to communicate something, you want to show them a screenshot or whatever, maybe you're just better typing than talking, you can always use the email address, paragonsupport@bkfs.com. And when you send them an email, they'll get back to you the next business day. And for emails, business days are Monday through Friday. In the upper right-hand corner of Paragon, we have a help button. It's on every page in the upper right-hand corner. And when you click on it, a new tab in your browser opens up and you'll see this content on your page. The tiles along the first row and the first two tiles on the second row, when selected, will display a list of quick start guides related to the tile topic that you clicked on. When you open up a quick start guide, you're going to find you have step-by-step instructions with screenshots showing you how to use that part of Paragon. If you want a demonstration in using Paragon, you can click on Training Videos found on the toolbar. When you do that, the page will refresh and those tile topics, they're now displayed here on the left-hand side of the screen. As you select a particular tile topic, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see a collection of short videos, 5 to 10 minutes in length, related to the tile topic that you clicked on. For a more detailed demonstration, go ahead and click on the button Current Recorded Webinars. As you do that, the page will refresh and we have 3 tabs here representing the 3 different types of webinars that have been previously recorded and available to you for on-demand training. Now, the database we're using here is a generic database. It's not going to be your specific, but please note that the current webinar page, the landing page, are webinars that were designed to be 1 hour in length and cover an entire module. The mini webinars, those were designed to be 30 to 45 minutes in length and a little more focused. Shorts, they're designed to be 20 minutes in length and very focused on specific functionality within a module. Now, whenever you're viewing a Paragon video, we recommend you use play, pause, and practice to view the video. When you click on play, you can play the video to a logical point, and then you can pause it. With that video paused, we invite you to practice what we've demonstrated for you. You can always back us up as you need, and then when you're ready, you can play on. Play, pause, and practice will give you self-paced training. For the webinar, we want you to ask questions. And so whether you're here in the room with us or you're out there in Zoom land, we want you to ask questions. And so when you ask a question, I'm going to give you 1 of 3 answers. Now, it looks like Nakia is holding the questions back until it gets to be a logical point for her to ask the question on your behalf. But anyways, as you ask a question, I may say, especially if you're here in the room, great question, let's talk about it now. Or, great question, give me a minute and we'll naturally get there. Or, great question, let's talk about it on the break. My goal is to answer all of your questions before I finish the training. And so, please ask your questions. We're going to be talking about a listing slideshow. This is a functionality that's built into Paragon, but we don't make a big fanfare of it. We don't highlight it. We don't put neon lights and search lights to accentuate it. But I think it's a great tool for you to use as you're working inside Paragon. And so in order to have a listing slideshow, there's a couple requirements. First, you have to have at least 1 listing. And that picture must have at least 1 picture. Now, if you have 1 picture with 1 listing, it's there. There's not much you can do with it. It's just going to sit there. So it's a static slideshow. You can have a maximum 50 different listings for all of the different pictures you're allowed to have for each listing inside Paragon. The device you create the slideshow on will have the content saved in the browser cache. That way, if you ever want to click on the link for that slideshow and you're not connected to the internet, it'll play from the browser cache of the device that you use to create the slideshow. The slideshow is good for 30 days, and there's no editing of the slideshow. So if listings come in and listings go out and you need to redo the slideshow, it literally will take about 2 minutes to recreate the slideshow to give you the content on the slideshow. And you can have an unlimited number of slideshows working all at the same time. So again, there's no limit on the number of concurrent slideshows. So with that as an introduction, let's take a look at creating a listing slideshow inside Paragon. I need to change what I'm sharing here with you, so let me come up and change that. There we go. I'm inside Paragon. Let me just close down all of my tabs. I'm not required to, but it just makes a clean starting point for us. I'm going to come up to search. I'm going to move down to residential. You can do this for any property class you want, any type of property also. So as I'm looking out here, I'm looking for active, but I don't want under contract. I want just active properties. Another way of getting content would be coming over to coming over to searches and moving down to inventory. And when you click on it, you're going to see your personal listings. Again, you can choose however you want to do it. Because I don't have any listings in your database, let me just do a search. In fact, I'm going to come over. I'm going to say active price range. Let's go 200 to 300,000. Oops. There we go. There's the 300,000 there. Got it. Let's come on down. Let's say for city, we want Florence. There we go. Got Florence there. I got 9 listings. So with that, let's just run with it. Again, I could have up to 50. 9's a good number. I'm going to click on search. And there it is. Okay. I'm going to check the box in the upper left-hand corner. That way I select all 9 listings very quickly, very easily. To go into the listing slideshow, I'm going to use the toolbar. I'm going to come over to the far left-hand side where it says more. I'm going to come down to the bottom where it says slideshow. Now, let me just show you this first off. I'm going to click on this picture here. See where it says start the slideshow? I'm not talking about this slideshow. This one is only inside Paragon, and it's for Paragon users, not buyers or anything like that. It's only available to you. Yes, you can stop it. And yes, you can use the arrows to back up or go forward, but that's not the slideshow I'm talking about. Let me close that down. So again, having selected all 9 properties, on the toolbar, come over to more, hover over it, move down to listing slideshow, and up comes my tool to set this up. I got to give it a name. So let me just call this one Florence. I'm going to check the box down below. That way it displays on my slideshow. So I'm going to say Florence. Let's assume that these are my listings. It's really not, but let's assume it's Gary's listings. I want you to imagine that you're doing this for yourself, okay? So I'm going to display the name. I want to display the MLS number and address. Now, if there were a lot of you that were putting in labels and descriptions, you could choose labels and descriptions. Now, what will happen is I choose this. If someone is add labels and descriptions, they will display. If there are no labels and descriptions for the pictures or the listings, then it will revert back to MLS number and address. So I haven't lost anything there. And by clicking on customize fields, I could go in and customize these fields. Let's come over to the branding. I can have an agent branding will show my picture, my name, and my phone number, and my office name. I could use office, so it would be the office logo, office name, and office phone number, or I could choose none. So please note the 3 different types of branding. When I come over to customize fields, here's all the different fields I could work with. You could have this is the wrong report here. This is my spreadsheet. I'll show you where you can actually go in and customize these fields at. As I move on down, do I want to show only the primary photo or all of them? We're going to talk about that right now. How many pictures are you allowed to have with your listings right now? The key has shouted out 50. I'm assuming that she knows her number, that it's 50. Thank you. Okay. No, it's fine. I enjoy the enthusiasm. Okay. So as we're looking at the pictures, how long are we going to sit or dwell on each picture? 5 seconds. So if you have 50 pictures at 5 seconds each, how many seconds is that? 250. Okay, 250, divide that by 60. That means you're going to be out there over 4 minutes before you go over to the next property. Can you imagine anyone sitting there looking at one property for 4 minutes? No. So instead of using primary, I'm going to choose all. And because I'm only going to have one picture per property, instead of 5 seconds, I'm going to make it 8. That way, as they're looking at the picture, they can look to the right-hand side and they can see details about that property. You can have up to 12 different fields that you want to select. Okay. Do I want to have the thumbnails across the top? Yeah, I want to see what's coming next. So I want to have that there. And notice that the ideal resolution for this is 1024 by 768. Now, it'll work on any rectangular screen. If you do it on in a portrait mode, like on a phone, you're going to have everything squished on down because it's going to proportionally resize. So if you take your device like a tablet or a phone, put it in the horizontal landscape mode, or you use your desktop, laptop, notebook, computer in the PC or Mac, whatever, have it in the landscape mode, which is natural, it's all going to work. All right. So with this, I'm just going to click on Compose Email. As I click on Compose Email, this is so I can then email this off to someone. So maybe I'm going to email this off to my seller. Here's how your listing is going to look like in the slideshow I'm going to be creating for you, whatever. Notice right here it says Listing Slideshow. I'm going to right click on that. I'm going to come up and copy that link. It's not going to let me copy there. I'll do it this way. So anyways, I have this all set up here. Let me just go ahead and send it. So this is going to go to Randy. I think I got a Randy. There we go. Randy Marston. There we go. So with that in, I could then come over and add a message body like we talked at the last class, whatever. I could add a message body here. But this is looking good for me. I'm going to copy the link right there. So in case this doesn't autoplay for me, I can go ahead and copy that. I can show you what it will look like when you apply this link to somewhere as you're going to be showcasing this set of listings. I'm going to click on Send. As I click on Send, okay, the pink bar means that I've got an email address that's not good. All of my contacts are fictitious. All of the email addresses are bogus, so I'm not surprised that's happening. But right here it says View the slideshow. And you could click here and view it, but it's going to be in a reduced window. So let me come over. Can you see that? Let me go ahead and change this share. I'm going to paste that URL that I copied off of that email template I had there. And by hitting enter on my keyboard, that's the same as if my client clicked on the link to play the slideshow. So let me just click on that. As I do that, there it is. As I move on down, let me zoom out a little bit. There's my branding. So it's got my picture, my name, my cell phone number, and my office name. Now, if I had more fields out here, I could have up to 12 fields out here, or 15, maybe it's 15. But anyways, I have more information to be looking here on the side, looking at the picture, and coming back. Did I say all photos with that? I may have said all photos with that. That's why we're getting all these pictures here. But anyways, there's an example of how that would work. Let me come back over to Paragon. Let me close that down. I'm going to leave the same picture selection. Come back over to More Slideshow. Let me confirm I'm going to choose just the primary. I may have clicked on all when I did that. So again, I want MLS number and address. Let's choose office branding. Again, I'm going to move it to 3. I think 5 is if you're going to be showing all pictures. I think 5 is a good amount. 3, I think, is too quick. 8, especially if you got all the pictures, that's going to be a little long. I want the thumbnails at the top. And let me go ahead and click on Compose. Oh, got to give it a name. Paragon saying, yeah, you got to put in a name. Let's call this one Gary 2. I'm going to click on Compose. And I'm just going to copy that link right there. I'm going to come up to the top. I'm going to open up another window. I'm going to paste that link in. That way, when I hit enter on my keyboard, it's like someone out on my website clicking on the link that says click here to see more pictures. I hit enter, and there we go. This looks right. This is 3 seconds. Now, if it's too quick, your client can always come up and click on pause. They can always go back to the previous. They can go to the next. And when they're ready, they can begin the slideshow again. But I think as you look at it, trying to see the picture, gathering the details of the picture, and see the listing information on the right-hand side, that's almost too quick. And I don't think Britney Spears is a part of this display here. It's amazing what happens when your mouse slides. Let me scroll on down. I thought I chose, there's my office branding. So you can see it's got my office logo, my office name, and the office phone number. All right, let me come back over to Paragon again. Let me close this down. I'm going to choose the same listings again. Click on More, Slideshow. Again, I'm going to choose Primary. Thumbnails at the top. I'm going to say no branding. I'm going to leave it just at 5. I'm going to click on Compose. You can see how quickly I'm setting these up. It doesn't take long to get it set up. Oh, got to give it a name. Gary 3. So that took another, what, 2 seconds, 5 seconds to add that in. Click on Compose. Let me grab this URL here. I'm going to copy it, open up a new tab. I'm going to paste it in, and here's this slideshow. This one has no branding with it. So this is 5 seconds on this, on each picture. If you only have one picture per listing, I think that's a little fast. 8 seconds, I think, if you're doing just a single picture per property, is about right. That's just my impression. Again, your client always has the ability to pause it, go to previous pictures, go to next pictures, whatever, and engage again. So there's the 3 different brandings for the slideshow. Let me come back and show you each of the different slideshows. So this is with agent branding. I think this is 8 seconds here. Looks like me. I forgot to rotate my picture there. It'd be really fun. My kids would be out at a choral concert or band concert, and because I thought I had rotated correctly, it's got everyone on their shoulder as they're playing in the band with tubas and bass drums and stuff like that. So here we have office branding. This is 3 seconds. And this is no branding. So as this is playing along, I want to pull your attention away from the slideshow. And let me ask you, where could you use these URLs that's displaying pictures about properties in your business? I want this to be an open forum here. So Nakia, as you're watching there, if someone's typing in this, that, whatever, go ahead and just blurt it out so we can hear those suggestions that people are using, whatever. But where could you use this URL in your business to showcase your listings or a specific property to build your business? What's that? Social media, you bet. So if you wanted to, you could put something out there on Facebook or whatever you've got there and say, here are the lakefront properties. Here are the Somerset subdivision properties or whatever's going on with it. Where else can you use it? Social media is good. Your personal website. Now, I used to be a trainer, or as I was doing, like when I did Huntsville training, I'm not sure how many of you were there when I did the Huntsville training, but they also got real estate digital website. They got an agent website. So part of my training, we did everything in a single batch. I was also talking about how to set up websites. And with that, one of the things I recommend is you put a picture out there for each one of your properties. You can say, here are my listings. You start adding those different pictures, and then make the picture and the wording below, click here for more pictures, an active link. And you could then put this there. So when you click on the link, up comes an animated slideshow walking through each of the different pictures. So yes, I think website is an excellent location for this. So be it agent website, office website, as you're showcasing your listings, you could do this. Or as I was doing some other things, again, with real estate digital, you could go do a search and you say, okay, these are all the actual waterfront properties around the lake. These are all the mountain view properties or whatever. And although they're not your actual listings, you're promoting a class of listings and you would say, here it is. And that you could then show that for them. Where else could you use it? Think a little closer home to your office. Are you giving away the answers back there? When you all walk into your office, what do you have? A receptionist and a waiting room, right? How many of you have a flat panel display in your waiting room? As you're circulating through the different things you got going, you've got your affiliates, you've got this, that, and whatever, you've got agent of the month, agent of the week, whatever's going on, whatever. Another part of that rotation could be our office listings. And so if it's office listings, you're putting your office logo there. On your agent website, you've got your agent branding there, okay? So you've got that there, okay? Do you have conference rooms where people go back to? Is there a flat panel display there? Why not, as a part of your rotation, have listings being displayed? As people are thinking about buying a property, they may be reluctantly choosing this particular property. If they could find anything better, they would. And so you're flashing up there different properties for them to fall in love with. Do you have any foot traffic around in front of your office? I get some tough assignments. I already told you about Maui, right? I was in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Tough assignment again. It was turtle season. So again, it was really tough. But anyways, as I was going out to dinner one night there along the waterfront, there was a real estate office and they had this beautiful window facing the Gulf. And they had 8.5 by 11 pages totally covering their window. Now, after about a day or two, all of the ink on the pages got bleached out. And when I saw this a couple of years later, I thought, wow, put a flat panel display with that old XP computer you can't get rid of, and just let it play that slideshow, showcasing to people with foot traffic going by, here's properties that our office has. You ever do the home show, the builder show, the garden show, the boat show, the I want to eat taco show, or whatever it happens to be? There's a ton of them, isn't there? If you got a kiosk, a table, a booth, whatever, maybe it's Friday night downtown. I know in our community out in Kansas City area, during the fall time, starting in about, okay, not actually fall, but starting about August, going through the end of September, several communities each weekend have a downtown festival. They bring in rides and they bring in booths. Well, you could have, if you had a booth there, you could set this up and let it play. Now, if you're trying to get internet service out there, you probably have to use your hotspot. That's why I made point of that. If you create the slideshow on the device you're going to use, when you click on the link for the slideshow, if there is no internet, it will then look to the browser cache and play the slideshow from the browser cache. How about at an open house? Now, some people may say it's a conflict of interest, but if someone is walking through and they have no interest, they looked at it and said, it's not for me. You know how you can walk in and you just feel, yes, this is the home. If they're saying this isn't, it's not even close, I'm not even going to consider it. If you had your notebook computer or your laptop or whatever, or your tablet, whatever, playing a slideshow, you could have across the top where I said Gary's real estate, whatever, or Gary's waterfront properties, you could say other homes in this neighborhood, or other homes nearby. And by having a slideshow and doing one picture per property, hopefully you get someone who's going to pause, watch it for a couple of minutes, a couple seconds, whatever. And they're going to go, oh, what about that one there? And go get you and ask questions about it. You can always pause it and look at more details. And I don't know that your homeowner is going to want to give you the credentials to get into their Wi-Fi. I know I wouldn't. Okay, so if you can play it from your browser's cache, you don't even have to worry about that. So I've had fun as I've created this class, because this is not a part of the normal Paragon curriculum, of sitting down and brainstorming with people like we're doing right now, where you could use this URL to generate interest and build your business. So as an example, what if you go out on a listing appointment? And one of the things you're going to say in your final comments, okay? And we've got all those different bullet points coming down. One would be, I'm going to create a free slideshow that I'm going to promote on my website, and we can make this a part of your listing when it goes into Paragon. And you show several different slideshows you've got for other properties. You're going to say, I can do this for you for free. The whole idea about it is it doesn't cost you anything more than just use it. It's all bundled in as a part of the Paragon package you're getting, and so you can use it. Now, when this first came out, I was given the task to create the PowerPoint for it. The quick start guide for it. And when I saw it, I went over to the business analyst who created this. It was designed to put this all together and spec it out. I said, Bernie, it's a poor man's virtual tour. He says, it's not a virtual tour. I says, yes, it is. He says, no, it's not. We went back and forth a whole bunch of times. And finally I said, okay, why is this not a virtual tour? He says, no music and no fancy transitions. I says, that's why I called it a poor man's slideshow. It doesn't have, you have to have the fisheye lens that goes through and makes it, no. And so if you're looking at things, if you're trying to say, how can I keep things simple? How can I reduce my overhead and yet be productive? This may be the deal. Now, you may have already established a level of what you always do, and so you can't consider it. But if you're looking for an option, this could be it. So what I want to do one more time, now that we've talked about it, and I've given my rah, hip hooray speech on this, whatever, hopefully you're all going to go home and say, I'm going to do this. I want to ask you a question. When you get back to the office and people know that you've taken the time to be here in class or in the Zoom land attendance and all, do you have to tell everybody everything you learned? No. No. If they didn't take the time to come and learn and invest in themselves, and if you think this is a hot deal, don't tell them. This is another one of those competitive advantages that you have. It's like with Homesnap. If you never told them about a rapid CMA and someone gets it, they're going to go scrolling through. They're going to see it, but they're going to skip right over it because it's CMA and that's big and bulky. They're not going to do it. There's a lot of things that you guys are getting because you're here with me today and tomorrow and Thursday, hopefully. But you're learning, and you now have the ability to take these little nuggets of value, these treasure nuggets, and utilize them, and it helps differentiate you from everybody else. So let me go through one more time, showing you how to set this up. I'm going to take a moment to do this. Not going to go as rapid, fast as I did. I'm going to close this down. I'm going to close down my residential. I'm just going to start with a brand new setup. So I'm going to come up to search. Come over to residential, and in the residential search criteria screen, put in whatever criteria you need to have, including a map search where you get it down to the property boundary lines, and you're going right along the lake. So you have between the road and the lake is that single row of homes that are lakefront properties, whatever. But put in the criteria that you want. Again, I work with just active. If it's active under contract, I don't worry about it, because what's going to happen? My client's going to fall in love with that one that's under contract, and the wife is saying, oh, how much she's already dreaming that she's there. And when it goes sold and closed, are you going to tell my wife? Or are you going to tell me and let me tell my wife? So I try to save the pain of whoever. I work for just the active. Going to come out and give it a price range. There we go. I'm going to come over and I'm going to say that we're looking here inside Florence. Got it. There's 30 properties. Let's come down to bedrooms. Let's say we need to have 4 or more. We're going to have much there. We got 6. I'm just going to call it there. We got 6. I'm going to click on search. I found the properties I want. Again, I could do a map search and find specifically what I'm looking for. I'm going to check the checkbox in the upper left-hand corner to select all the properties. Using the toolbar, move all the way down to the far right-hand side where it says more, hover over it, move down to the bottom where it says listing slideshow and select it. As you do that, we need to give it a name. So this is going to be waterfront properties. You saw that those were all waterfront properties, right? So I don't want to have any mislabeling here. I'm going to display the name. I'm going to use the MLS number. I want it to be agent branding. I'm going to come over and leave it just primary. I'm going to choose 8 seconds, thumbnails at the top, compose the email. That's how long it took to do it. Now, obviously, I shortcutted the putting in the criteria, but that's how quick it takes to select the listings. And right from here, I don't even have to send the email. I'm going to copy that. Going to open up another tab. Let me move the webinar tool down. There we go, new tab. I'm going to paste it in. I hit enter. That's like my client clicking on it. And there we go. You see the dock in the back there? I do a lot of as if, okay? But that's how long it took. Now, people have asked me, can I edit it? And the answer is no. Once it's been created and out there, there's no editing of it. But I ask you, how long did it take? You bet. No, the active, and so the question was, if a property goes active, goes pending, because I had asked for active, does it automatically drop out of the list? The answer is no, because the active was only trying to help me collect the actual listings I want. Paragon will then show the listings you've got selected, and originally it had been active, it's now pending, it's still going to be in the list. So up here, if you had status, it would show that it was an active status because it's been saved to your browser cache in one place and the browser cache is not updated. But if you're looking through here, maybe you do this, you recreate it every week. Kind of like reverse prospect. You pick a time, run it through. If you're just doing one thing each day, then 5 minutes here, you've updated. 5 minutes there, you've done reverse prospecting. 5 minutes there, you've done whatever. But this allows you to come in and create these, and you can just take out the one link and put in the new link out there on your web page or in your office slide rotation, whatever. What I typically do, and here, let me show you how you can customize that report there. So let me back over. That's not the screen I want. Just trying to get back to your Paragon system. So let me get back over here. Okay, so there we are. Let me come over and do assume identity to get to my training account. So there we are. We're back inside Paragon here. I want to come in and I want to customize that report because it only had some fields, but it did. If it's residential, it was missing bedrooms, bathrooms, things of that nature. So I'm going to come over to preferences. I'm going to move down to reports. As I click on reports, I'm going to come over to specialty views. I believe this is where the listing slideshow is at the very bottom. As I click on it, residential, there's what I've got. Do you have many listings in your Paragon system that are in Tennessee? Okay, so I'm just going to take state out because it's not necessary. Okay, I'm looking at an MLS number, yes. Address, yes. City, yes. Postal code, yes. Is county important? Okay, people drive a lot about county. I'm going to take the type, I'm going to move it up. There we go. There's price. I want price up higher. There it is. So I got MLS number, price, type. That's going to identify that it's single family or whatever that it's residential for us. We got county. So here's the key fields we need to have. I want to search now for bedrooms. I got bedrooms total. Got it. Bathrooms. How about if I type in bath? There we go. It looked like it was selected, but it wasn't. There we go. So I want to put in full, 3/4, half. Going to add it to it. Living area. What else would you want to add to this? If you're promoting a residential property in just a summary fashion, are there other fields you'd want to have? Or would you take out the bathroom zone and just put in total baths? Okay. So again, let me just take this. Gonna remove it. I do have city. There's postal code. We had to make it postal code when we added Canada because they call it something other than zip code. Is it important? Okay, so let me come in. There's city limit. I'm going to add it. I'm going to select it. I'm going to move it up next to city. There we go. And the reason I'm using the short label, because whenever you're customizing a property report, we take the longest label, drop a vertical line, and then the data is to the right of that line. So by using short label, I can make sure I've got as much information as possible for the data being displayed. I'm going to come over and do this. I'm going to come over to group. I'm going to choose office. I'm going to choose, I want to come over and find listing office name. That's all I want is the name. So I'm going to choose listing office name. I'm going to add it. So there it is. I'm going to use the short label on that. And I also want back over to over here, listing information. Remarks. I'm going to put in the public remarks. I'm going to put it after the office name. And maybe there's some things I don't need here. Let me click on save, see how we're doing. I'm only allowed 12 fields, so I've got to come back and take something out. So I'm going to, contrary to what you folks are saying, I want to take out county. I'm going to take out city limits. I want that to be there. Again, I'm going to choose the short label. That's 11. So I've got 2 fields worth to show up for the public remarks. I'm going to click on save. It likes me. Now I've customized the fields that are going to display on my slideshow. Okay. I'm going to come back over to search, residential. Let me do another one really quick. Just going to use my last search there. Select all the properties. Slideshow. Great family homes. There we go. Display the name. Primary, they're going to use that. Agent image. Primary only. 8 seconds. Thumbnails at the top. Compose. Going to copy that link. How's that look? I'm going to zoom out 1 click. So there's my branding. And if you notice what I did by putting the office name there, in most cases, I'm now IDX compliant. Because if I'm going to put listings of another office on a website, I have to display the office name. and I buried it down under all the good data and just above my public remarks, that hopefully it gets lost. I'm not sitting there. I didn't put it at the top of the list on doing a fanfare there for whatever, Caldwell Banker Pinnacle Properties. That's what you can do. If you like it, start using it. And if someone says, hey, where'd you come up with that? I said, hey, I learned it at Paragon Training. But don't tell them how to do it. Don't tell them. This is because you were here. Okay. Now, I've had sometimes brokers sitting in this class and they go say, yeah, I'm going to show everyone in my office. Okay. I understand their perspective. But if it's you as agents, you're competing with every other agent out there in your office, outside of your office, and you're competing for that listing. And this may be that competitive advantage that gives you just that extra nudge of utilizing more. Any final questions before we end this topic? Okay, I've got about 7 minutes. Is that what you're showing, Nakia? All right, so let me go back over to my PowerPoint. I'm going to change what I'm sharing. Am I already sharing that? Yeah, it's there. Okay, then let me come on over. You see that QR code there? If you'll take your camera and point it at that QR code, you're going to have an item come up on your window there that says, do you want to open up this website? That is the Paragon Connect website. And as you look at the screen here, notice I've got Apple devices in the blue, I've got Android devices in the green, and those are the instructions so you can put Paragon Connect as a home screen icon on your phone. So what I'm talking about, you're out driving around, okay? You're out driving around, you're working with this, that, or whatever, maybe visiting properties with the client, and your client says, what about that property there? Well, if you could, on your phone, bring up Paragon Connect, that would be great. So as you're looking here on your screen, back over here on my home screen, whatever, I tap on the icon, and you put the icon on just like it's an app you would download. However, Paragon Connect is not a native or downloaded app. It's a web app like Paragon is. Paragon is technically a web app. And so by tapping on that icon, it then takes you to the login screen. Have your browser remember the username and password, and you can't do that, okay? So you're gonna have to key it in every time. Sorry about that. But you have to key it in every time. And now as you key it in and you hit it, you now have right here on your phone the ability to do searches. So in the upper right-hand corner, you need to learn how to use it. I think if you learn how to use it, you'll like it. Because in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, let me come back over to Paragon. So I'm going to come over to Paragon Connect. And if you want to add Paragon Connect to your desktop screen, see that URL there? Copy it. Go out to your desktop. And on your desktop, just simply do a right click. As you right click on it, come down to where it says new. The window slides out. Come over to where it says shortcut. As you click on shortcut, right here it says type the location of the item. Well, the location or the item that we're wanting to go to is the web address for Paragon Connect. So I took that web address that I had copied, I pasted it into that address, and I'm going to click on next. The browse, if you want to browse out to a particular location on your device to get a folder or a document, that's where you'd use browse. But for us, we type in the web address, click on next, there we go, and we give it a name. So we can call this Paragon Connect, giving it a name, and click on finish. If you belong to multiple Paragon systems, you may want to call this SMLSA Paragon Connect, whatever. That way you can identify and you click on finish. As you click on finish, let me go back to my desktop. There it is. Oops. Back to my desktop. There it is right there. And when I click on it, because I'm already logged into Paragon, I'm already in Paragon Connect, it just automatically took me in there. Now, as I was showing you as an example, if your client says, and what about that property there? Once you open up Paragon Connect, come up to the hamburger menu. Yeah, I'm focused everything on food. Here we go. See where it says my location search? As you click on it, just say my current location, choose the property class. By default, it's residential, and click on search. It will then go out and find those properties in the area of where you're at. You're going to get this overlay that's going to give you an idea of how to use the system for this. I'm just going to click on close, and there we go. This is here in Florence. It's using my current location for that. Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh. You have to put in the criteria every time. Now, one of the nice things about Paragon Connect, let's come back over to the hamburger menu. I'm going to click on property search. I'm going to choose residential. As I choose residential, right now I've got 579 matches. That's 79 more than we can display in Paragon Connect. But notice what I've got right here. This is the default residential search criteria screen that I have for myself inside Paragon. And so if I went in and customized, I added fields, removed fields, it would then display left, right, down a row, left, right, down a row, those fields in the same order. If I'm on my smartphone, it's now in the same order, top to bottom as I've got it. So if I've already got my default criteria, I've got my active, I would not have under contract. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to choose residential. I can put in my price range. Yeah. What you would do is back up here. You would then, as you're doing the search, you would choose multi-class. You can choose more than one class. So if you typically do residential and lots and land, when you go to your multi-class search, set up your default search for multi-class to be residential and lots and land. And if there's other criteria you'd put in, maybe you want to have it for, let's see, Lauderdale County. You could put in Lauderdale County. You'd be looking at everything in Lauderdale County, or forget the county, put in the city or cities names, whatever. That way, as you come up, it's already got that default criteria there because it's just redisplaying your default search criteria screen. And now you put in the refining criteria for your individual search. So whatever your default search criteria screen is for each of the different classes, load those into Paragon Professional, the online where we've been spending most of our time today. That way you can put it in and then work with it, okay? And as you do that, as you're doing that, whatever come into residential as an example, here comes my residential screen. Let me put in price again. So once I get below 500, I'm down to 178. The banner goes the regular color, and the number here where it says the results is regular, and down below where I have my search option, it's now visible, so I can click on it. So by loading in your default criteria, you can then scroll on down, put in the different details you want, and all of your autocomplete is right here. So I'm going to choose Florence. I'm now down to 32. Again, I can come on down, I can choose my beds. So with my beds, I'm going to say 3 or more. Total bath, I'm going to say 2 or more. I'm down to 26. And again, I can work with this. And I've got it going. So I recommend that if you're going to use Paragon Connect, build in your default for each of your different property classes you typically do business in. That when you get here, you just put the refining criteria for your search. And when you're all ready, just click on the search button here. You're out to see your results. As you're working with this, notice this is a map. See this hand right here with the finger pointing up? Click on it. You can draw a single shape freehand, either with your mouse or with your finger. There it is, and there you have it. It's right up here in the upper right-hand corner. So you've got your picture. The Kia, come on. You're supposed to be following right along with me. You were so focused, going, whoa. Yeah, okay. That right there is layers. So when you're inside Paragon Professional and you're doing a map search, there's your layers. You want to see city, county, floodplain, neighborhoods, and this is Google neighborhoods, postal codes, and traffic. Okay, let me choose flood. There's the floodplain. Can you see it? So the dark blue is the natural water bodies. The lighter blue almost looks like a grayish color. That's the floodplain. Now, even though it shows it's in or out of the floodplain, you still want to go in and use your CRS tax search, go to the property report, go all the way down to the bottom, and you're going to see what the flood zone is. Yeah. Now, what I would do is I wouldn't trust this. It's a good representation, but I would then, as you're doing your searches, you can always go to CRS tax. So let me come back into Paragon for just a moment. As you're over here, let me just choose one property. I'm going to come over to the plug here. Let me do it. See where this plug is right here? As I click on this plug on the line in the spreadsheet, here you have all of your third-party integrations. Come over to the CRS data property report. I'll pause so you guys can all get this written down as far as the notes and all. Okay, so I've chosen this property. As I'm on results, it doesn't matter whether I'm on a spreadsheet or the agent full detail one page or whatever. I select the property, move over. And in this case, I'm going to choose the plug on the spreadsheet line. And on the left-hand side, bottom of the column, it says CRS property report. I'm going to click on it. Now, CRS has gone out, gathered all this information from your county records, okay? So here's the details. It's an integration between Paragon data like this here. There's the mapping, there's the property lines and all. Moving on down, you got sales history going back to 1997, tax assessments, tax years. Again, a great wealth of information. As you get on down, right here, almost at the bottom, it says the FEMA flood zone, and it's in code X. Minimal area of minimal flood hazard, usually depicted on firms as above the 500 year flood level. Doesn't happen hardly ever. So like every 500 years, it might happen once or twice. For that property, for that property. Now, go ahead. Okay. Well, let me show it to you this way if you want. Okay. You're out here doing just the search. So there we have the search. I'm going to move it up so we can see different counties here. By moving over to what looks like pieces of paper, come down and choose the county and turn on. And there you see the county border. You can see if we zoom out just a little bit. And so here we have, here's Lauderdale being displayed here. We've also got, there's Colbert right there. If we zoom out a little bit more, we can see the other counties. Yep, so if we do city limits, click on it, show the label. And there's the city limits. And I just did it inside Paragon. I don't know that CRS tax is going to give you that kind of delineation. That's right. The sheets of paper are layers of paper. Okay. Okay, back to my food analogy. It reminds me of a layer cake. So that's where I can get my layers. Can I show one other thing for you before we close this down? Because I'm way over time. Notice I've said traffic. So based on roads that have DOT sensors in it, the green lines means traffic is running at normal posted limits. The red lines, that means it's really slow. The orange lines, it's slowed down a little bit more. If it's black, get out and walk. It is. So, okay, is it right now, this very second? It's probably a lag of about 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. So you know how you can go to the DOT cameras and see what's going on in the traffic? If you watch the traffic report as you're watching okay, it's another city, whatever. But again, you can see what's going on. They're showing you real-time camera footage. Well, this is grabbing that information from the DOT, being fed over through Google and out to us. Used to be, when I don't know, I no longer have to go into the office there at Paragon in Kansas City because I do so much traveling. When I'm home, I want to be home. So I now have it set up that I'm officially all-time, full-time work from home. But it used to be before we left the office, I'd go out and check the scout cams, the DOT cameras, whatever. And I check and see, okay, which way do we want to go home? I was carpooling with a guy. And so we would track that. And one time, because a snowfall had happened right at 4 o'clock, and we were leaving at 4:45, so it had a chance to really get messy and yucky. He was driving. I had the radar up, or the monitoring of the roads up, and I could then say, okay, once we get to this road, we can turn north and get back onto the interstate, and we got clear sailing home. Because the accident was before this on-ramp. So this is pretty good real-time information that you're looking at. It's not yesterday's data, but it could be 20, 30 minutes delayed possibly. It does not show MLS neighborhoods. It doesn't show whatever. So if I click on neighborhoods, these are the neighborhoods that the city has identified or some regional group has identified, then show the color code for that. Sometimes it takes a moment for that to come up and display, but no, it does not show. Let's see if I need to zoom in a little bit more. Sometimes I've got to be in. But what it's going to be, when we lived in Topeka, there was a neighborhood called Hillcrest, and that was the drug city area. And it identified it as Hillcrest, which was more than just that apartment complex, but identified the area that the city or whoever it identified as Hillcrest. So if you had subdivisions, which you do inside your database, it's not representing subdivisions because Google doesn't have that data. These subdivisions, all these different items over here are from Google. That's the source of that data. So I'm not seeing that it's going to show us the neighborhoods, but it's usually colored splotches there. They're definite shapes, irregular shapes, and all that follow whatever boundaries. We need to take a break. It's already 19 till the hour. We're supposed to start the next class here. We're supposed to start at 10 minutes ago. But this is a class that didn't have a gap between it. So we're going to take a gap right now. Can we take a 10-minute break? Doesn't work on you. It works for me. So let's get back together at 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Okay, that's a 9-minute break. Give everyone a chance to get up, stretch, check emails and stuff like that. And then we're going to finish off with listing, input, and maintenance.